We are going through goat's milk like crazy to feed all of them. So
Wow.
poor mom has a hard time keeping up with 13, so we try to help her out.
Very good.
Ugh.
We're going to have Ian tonight, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And we have another visitor here. Does everybody see?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Your turkey.
Turkey in my basket.
So
Very
Ian's
good.
coming on right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So I can make it, cackle or do something if somebody does something funny or useful or whatever.
I'll let you decide when that comedic relief is needed.
Okay. Oh, no, watch. I was going to look to you for permission, Ashley. So you just let me know.
Okay. All right. I think we have all of the commissioners. Oh, we don't have Dave. Oh, nope, there's Dave. All right. So I'm going to begin reading this script. So as a preliminary matter, this is Ashley Erisman, Chair of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal.
yes.
Seth Engelborg.
Here.
Erisman, I. Ian Golding.
Yes.
Dave LaFleur.
Here.
Maureen Phillips.
Here.
Joe Topham.
Here.
Okay. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Carlson.
Here.
Joanne Dodd.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. It looks like we have Leo Azadorian,
Present.
Arthur Reed.
Present.
All right. Art Gasparo.
Here.
David Haynes.
Here.
Don Bracken.
Here.
Brian Madden.
Here.
Katie Barnacle.
Here.
I think that's Paul Santos with the iPhone 2D.
Here.
Perfect. Gene Crouch.
I'm here.
All right. Tori Brown.
Here.
And Rob McNeil.
Here.
All right, thank you. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda items unless I note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. So I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they have concluded their remarks, I will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or your computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. Staff will activate the chat feature on YouTube. Members of the public who have comments or questions can use this feature to communicate with the public body. Instructions are on the town's website. The chair and/or staff will do their best to address questions or comments. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. So with that, we will open the meeting with public comment. I'll see if there's any public comment.
There is none.
Yes, it does not look like we have any. So the following items are continued this evening. Under notices of intent, we have Eli Zabar at 47 Squam Road, continued until December 3rd. And we have Nantucket Islands Land Bank, all land bank properties, continued until December 17th, 2020. And I believe those are our only continuances. So we will begin with Peter E. Hale and Carolyn B. Lamb at 24 Pilgrim Road. And this is represented by Leo Azadorian and Arthur Reed.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
The application, the original application that went in September was for the addition to the garage. There's a room going over the garage, and in addition to the back of the building, removing portion of the deck. During review by Jeff and Joe, it came to our attention that there was some infringement on the southerly wetland, and therefore we made some additional information available to the Commission for Restoration. But to start with, the original notice was for the new addition. We had the wetland area redelineated. That was requested by Jeff via an email to me, and those field data sheets were submitted. As you can see from the approved plan or the submitted plan, the closest portion of the addition is now 59.5 feet away from the redelineated wetland to the northwest. Portion of the garage, it's above it, is going to have a room added to it as well. It's still within the 100-foot buffer zone and obviously in your jurisdiction. The grand total of additional ground cover for this came out just about 60 feet, give or take a little bit. And that would be an aggregate of removing the portion of the deck that has to be taken off for this addition to be put on. The way the plan went in, because we weren't sure where the foundation was going to be, and there's actually 3 piers that are going to hold up this addition. And I didn't have enough information at the time the filing was done of how that foundation looked like and what was going in. So the plan that went in actually moved the existing granite steps to the northwest. From further discussion with the architect, we think that we can get the addition in without moving those granite steps and leaving those in place and not having to go closer to the wetland as the plan does show. So I think as far as the application is, we're going to leave those stairs and granite steps. They're quite extensive, but I did submit photographs of those stairs in the wall that's in there. It would not be easy to move. And so we're going to work around it and leave them in there. Those are the stairs right there. That will stay in place, and we will work around that. Right now, the foundation is proposed to be concrete piers. We may go with helicals in there, depending on what soil boring shows at some point in time. We may switch over to a helical as opposed to concrete, putting in a concrete pier. Getting over to the area by the existing pool, some of the landscaping changed. When the pool went in, we actually staked that 50-foot offset line, And the wall was originally designed to follow the 50-foot line. It ended up coming out being straight, but the wall stayed at least 50 feet the from the wetland itself. So we were okay with that. But there were some additional changes made. As opposed to using brick around the pool, there was pavers, stone pavers, and an addition of a fire pit that wasn't on the original plan. And the walkway that appears at the southwest corner, that brick walkway is actually going to be removed according to my client. It's no longer needed to be taken out. The original notice that was filed in 2014 actually just had that as a stone or dirt footpath, and it was put in as brick. But I understand that's going to be removed at some point in time. Moving down to the south wetland where we had kind of an infringement into the 25-foot zone right up to the wetland edge by the lawn. Originally in 2014, it was going to be stone pavers going down, just flat field stones that traverse. It's kind of steep going down there. On an on-site meeting on November 3rd between Jeff, myself, and Joe, we discussed what could be possibly done in there, and Jeff suggested that we put in either a 3 or 4 foot wide grass path down to that existing granite chair that's down there. It's quite a feature, and it's more for viewing and looking down there. In the interim, there was an exceeding of the 50% requirement for disturbance in the 50-foot zone. So we need to remove some of the landscaping and mulching in that area between the 25 and the 50. All the mulching that's stippled on the plan will be removed. The plants that are in there are all basically wetland type plants, viburnum, sweet pepper bush, blueberry, and bayberry, and they're going to stay in place. We're not going to remove any of those plants in there. Some of them are native actually. They weren't planted, but they were in there closer to the level. Right now, we're below the 50% disturbance, and we're in compliance with that way, but that's the work that needs to be done in order to bring this up to full compliance with the commission and the original order conditions that were submitted in 2014. Any questions?
Thank you, Leo. Any questions from commissioners? So I know I have a question and you kind of just mentioned it at the end. So where are we on this property with disturbance between the 50 and the 25? You said you still adhere to the 50% rule?
Yes, so we did an analysis with the northerly wetland that appears on the plan that was submitted, and we weren't going to change any of that. Most of the disturbance that exceeded the aggregate of 50% was done in the southerly wetland, and any area that's stippled on that plan, it's mulched right now, and that mulch will be removed. And we call for native grasses, and I listed 3 species that could be utilized for that replanting in that area. The rest of the landscaping north of the 25-foot is going to stay, and all the plants that are in there right now, and we've listed the species, the viburnum, sweet pepper bush, are going to remain in that area. And we just thought it'd be more of a disturbance to taking in those plants out, and it would just be better to leave them in place. So this was along the southerly wetland, but when I went through and added up all the disturbed areas, I made sure that the new lines of the edge of where the mulch is going to be removed, we did have an aggregate of less than 50% disturbance.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. Any other questions or thoughts from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any questions from the public?
Related to this application, no.
Okay. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Leo, would you like to close?
Yes.
Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to George L. Balboa at 71R Cliff Road. Joe Topham is recused from this one, and it is represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. For the applicant, George Balboa, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. The property is actually owned by Elizabeth Powell, and Mr. Balboa is a interested party in a potential purchase of the property. The lot itself came before you at last month's meeting. We presented the plan which sets forth work within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland located actually on the Griffin property, which is to the east of the subject property. So there is no wetland area on the subject property. The 50-foot no build does not encroach on the property, yet the 100-foot buffer zone does. This is a lot that goes back to, was created back in the, I believe, mid-70s. Area is approximately 96 square feet. And it was before you in 2016, at which time David Haynes filed a request for determination of applicability for the subject parcel. That determination has since expired. Hence, we have a new notice of intent that does propose some activity on the property. The work within your jurisdiction.
Check in with you before you left. How are we looking?
The work with,
Someone needs to mute.
Oh, hold on.
the work within your jurisdiction is a construction of a driveway and a portion of a single-family dwelling within the 100-foot buffer zone. You heard some testimony from abutters at the last meeting. I believe there was a letter read into the record from the Griffins, and then some owners on the Hamlin Road side had participated and have reached out to the commission. I've spoken to all three of the abutters that had initial concerns. That would be the Griffins, the Padiers, who are the properties to the north, and then the abutters along the Hamlin Road side. So we ended last meeting basically with the presentation, and there was some discussion with regard to groundwater in this particular area. We did do some testing on the property this past week, and the application before you would not be seeking a groundwater waiver for work within your jurisdiction. Any work that we do within the 100, we would be designing a foundation system that would meet your 2-foot groundwater separation on the subject property. The property itself, the front of the lot is at a low point. We are filling that low point. The top of the foundation would be set at the backside or high side of the lot. And based on that top of foundation and with the location of groundwater, again, we would not be seeking a groundwater waiver. Would be able to keep within your jurisdiction the 2-foot groundwater separation. The properties to the north and east both do currently have portions or full foundations, and we're comfortable that this one can achieve that same program. There was some concern, I think, at last week's meeting too, or 2 weeks ago, about maybe the density on the lot. I think this was a concept that was put together originally by the applicant. And quite honestly, a lot of that does fall out of jurisdiction. And I think that's going to be an issue that will be discussed at HDC. There is a proposed pool on the property where it's outside of the 100-foot buffer. I know you still have concerns with how these pools are dealt with adjacent to resource areas. There was also a proposed studio shown in the program, which I do not believe is going to be part of the program moving forward. But I think the biggest concern that you may have outside of the 100 would be the fact that you do have a pool proposed on the lot, which a portion of the lot is within the buffer zone. We do have our DEP file number, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, or the abutters, additional questions the abutters may have.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Oh, Mark?
Paul, will the parking area be constructed where it says proposed construction interest? Will there be a parking area there?
Correct. That is actually, the darker line is actually depicts the parking area, but that would also be the construction entrance. That's correct, yes.
And can you tell me what that'll be made of?
That's going to be a pervious. There's no description on there, but it would be a pervious either shell or gravel driveway.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
Yes, they were sent in advance of the meeting. Paul touched on some of them, but I'll just read through them. So Ethan Griffin followed in, and this actually matches one of them that's there. So I just want to make sure I'm on the right one. He had questions about that the plans do not appear to show how site runoff is controlled. Plans do not appear to illustrate hardscaping around pool or patio areas. It appears that well over 75% of the site could be impermeable based on the provided plan, which impacts the development in the 50-foot setback. If the applicant does not plan to move forward with certain structures, they should be removed from the proposed and or final plans. And then has water table information been provided? And then on the YouTube chat, Karen Padir, I apologize if I said your name wrong, asked how are they going to handle the rainwater runoff as well. Those are what we have for public comment.
Thank you, Jeff. Paul, do you have responses to any of those?
Sure, Jeff. Was that the initial letter that Ethan had sent, or is that a new?
So that letter from Ethan came in today, Paul, about 4:30. I know a lot of those comments were in the original one, but I think he just wanted those points clarified on the record again.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think I discussed again the issue with the groundwater with regard to the Padir's question about runoff. You'll notice on the driveway area Mark had mentioned, that's a pervious driveway. The grading is such that the lot itself, there is a low point adjacent to the right of way that would be filled. The lot is graded in such a way that there is a proposed swale basically on the property, and it's noticed it is labeled. It's essentially the 36 contour, which runs along the easterly boundary of the private way. So the grading itself is completely contained within the parcel itself, away from the grading, away from the Padir parcel, grading away from the Hamblin Road parcels, and then basically a graded swale to the front portion of the property. I would assume too that we would probably handle the roof runoff and such with some type of subsurface system outside of commission jurisdiction. But the grading does lend itself, once we're filling the lot, to grading it and completely containing everything on site.
Thank you, Paul. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we had one more public comment come in from the Browlowers, and it's just says, this is a very small lot for what they are planning. The access is very difficult.
Thank you, Jeff. I guess that is somewhat of a relevant question. Where are the construction vehicles going to park so that they're not parking within the wetland buffer? You guys have any idea about that?
I mean, I've let obviously the purchaser and the builder are well aware that the site offers some restrictions with regard to construction. So that's a plan that they're going to have to kind of deal with as they go along. Obviously, one car going down this way blocks the Padir's access. It blocks the Griffin's access. There is no ability to park on this road and continue to provide access, safe access to the Griffin and Padier. So any access would be to the site, within the site, and then anybody else who's working on this property is going to have to be finding someplace else to park, whether it be along Cliff Road or somewhere away from the particular area. Because any one car on this right of way blocks the right of way. There's no room to put two cars in this area.
Thank you, Paul. Mark?
Ashley, you've spoken several times, and I was in agreement about, about pool runoff. And I know the pool is outside our jurisdiction, but it appears to me that the slope will be down towards the wetland. Is there any way we can put in a recommendation or a requirement that when they do their winter maintenance, that they pump it rather than pump it out into a truck rather than just pump it in general?
That's a good question for Jeff, because the pool is outside of our jurisdiction. That is a little bit of a funny one. I know we can ask them not to pump it into our jurisdiction, but I don't know that we have control over the back of the lot. Jeff, what's your opinion on that?
So I think you could get to it in a little bit of a different way, just by, even if you had a condition on there that required that, no on-site water is to be discharged into an area of the commission's jurisdiction. So that would pick up any roof runoff or, potential pool discharge without specifically conditioning the pool.
Okay. Mark?
And just to follow up, Paul, do you think that would be a reasonable request to make of a potential buyer?
Oh, I think it's well within your right to ask for that, and I think it's appropriate in this case. I mean, you have every right to restrict that pool does not get discharged within your jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Jeff, is our public all finished?
No, 1 second. Sorry. So again, the Browlers, again, I apologize for reading names incorrectly, continued by saying there is very minimal access. The construction vehicles will be on wetlands. And then she's continued, kind of in response to Paul's comments, says exactly, there's no parking. Cliff Road is curved and not accessible. And then she asked to please add the comments about the construction vehicles.
Thank you. Jeff, that's probably something we could condition, right? Because the road is within the wetland buffer, that no construction vehicles are allowed to park along the road. They all have to be contained on site. Is that something?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, you certainly could require that all construction vehicles be parked within the lot itself, should they need to be parked on site.
Yeah, I think that might be a good one here, considering how close we are to the wetland and how narrow that road sounds.
Sure. And then just one more, sorry. Halil Padir also asked, do we have the information on groundwater testing and what did the soil test show? So I think we went over that again, but they may have missed it or gotten late. So.
Yes. So Paul, and forgive me because my mind isn't picturing the plan right now. Did you have water table tests on site that are called out on the plan?
Not on the plan at this point, but I do have water tables tests that we had done.
Okay. I think that's probably what everyone wants to see, is where those test pits are on the property. Maureen?
I just wanted to mention, and I'm sure everyone's aware, but the neighboring property is also on our list for tonight, the Padiers, which is the one immediately north, I guess, of this one. And so I just wanted to mention that because I'm not sure, not being able to put the two pieces together on the same page, whether there's any, that with this access issue, is that going to, well, I guess I just wanted to mention that. So when we come to their application, that we make sure we're looking at it, knowing what's going on immediately next door. So
Thank you, Maureen. I think that is important for us all to be thinking about. Any final thoughts or questions from commissioners? Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, you have all of the required information.
Okay, I don't know that we're waiting on anything unless commissioners have a deeper question. So, Paul, would you like to close?
Yes, we would.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close?
So motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
So that carries with Commissioner Topham recused. And that moves us on to 56 Monomoy Nominee Trust at 56 Monomoy Road, and this is represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. Again, on behalf of the property owner and applicant, 56 Monomoy Nominee Trust, this is a notice of intent for the proposed addition and alterations to an existing dwelling and reconfiguration of the existing driveway with associated grading and landscaping within the buffer zone to a policy coastal bank. This property was before you with an RDA application, at which time we determined the resource areas on the subject property. Those resource areas were the policy coastal bank, which sets forth the most restrictive buffer zones that we must adhere to, which is a 25-foot no disturb and a 50-foot no build. There is also a bordering vegetated wetland located to the east of the property, which falls outside or further away from the policy coastal bank. This is an existing developed piece of property that contains a 2-story wood frame dwelling and a 1.5-story wood frame studio and a garage. The proposal is to do some infill work within the existing structure and infill work within the existing garage area. Actually, the infill work in the garage falls outside of the jurisdiction of the commission, and a portion of the driveway will be reconfigured. Right now, it's a drive-in and kind of a turnaround. It'll be more of an open driveway area, and only a portion of that falls again within Concom jurisdiction. We are not seeking any waivers, as none of the proposed additions of the building encroach into the 50-foot no build. And in fact, for the most part, they're all contained within the existing footprint of the building. It's more so an infill situation in the addition of some decking on the second floor level. That's the extent of the application. Again, it's essentially a buffer zone filing, buffer zone to a policy coastal bank. All the work is above the FEMA flood zone, and we are not seeking any waivers. We do have our DEP file number. Again, I did receive some calls from the 2 most adjacent abutters to the east and west. The owners of 60 asked that we just send them some information as they were having trouble getting their certified mail. We did that. And then I did have a brief conversation with the owner at 54 with regard to the present application also. Happy to answer any questions that you may have with regard to the application.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any questions or comments from the public on this?
No, you do not.
All right, we have everything we need to close. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Sorry, I was reading an unrelated comment that came in, but yes, we do.
Okay. Paul, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
Also move.
So motion made by Beal. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips. Oh, you're muted.
Oh,
Oh, now you're unmuted. Now you're muted again.
sorry. I won't
Uh,
get it.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to the Town of Nantucket DPW town-wide. And this is represented by Tori Brown and Rob McNeil.
Good
Oh, I
evening,
don't,
and thank you very much for having us. Can you hear us?
yes. Is
All
this
right.
Rob speaking?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm just doing a quick intro. I want to introduce Tori Brown and Gene Crouch from VHB, who are going to be representing the town's interest in programmatic operations and maintenance within DPW. So basically, we have been working to bring a general notice of intent to bear for the town's public works operation and maintenance activities, the town-wide. We'll walk through a little bit of the challenges, what we're currently doing, and really just highlighting the various activities from various roadway activities, bike paths activities, bridge, vegetation management, signage and pavement markings, parks and recreation facilities, parking areas, and then drainage and stormwater, retaining walls, and public beach activities. Tori and Gene collectively have a lot of background information and experience with the island and with the Protection Act, as well as Natural Heritage Endangered Species programs. And with that, I'll hand it over to them.
Great, thank you, Rob. This is Tori Brown. I am an environmental scientist from VHB. And so just to reiterate, the goal of this filing is to establish procedures, methods, and limits that allow the DPW to conduct their regular operations and maintenance while also staying in compliance with the Wetlands Protection Act, the bylaw, and the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act. So in this presentation, I included a couple figures just showing an overview of the island. If we can go to slide 2. So this is just kind of an aerial overview of the roads. And then this is overlain with the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program maps. So you can see, obviously, a large portion of the island is within rare species habitat. And we are expecting comments. The NOI was submitted to the Natural Heritage Program, and we are expecting comments from them. We haven't seen any yet. But in the format of the NOI itself, we split up the activities into kind of 3 main sections. The activities that are exempt under the Wetlands Protection Act, activities exempt under the MISA, and then additional activities, which gets into more specifics of what the DPW actually is doing on a day-to-day basis. The 2 exemption sections we thought were important just to kind of establish some consistency, because there are, a fair amount of buffer zone activities that are exempt under the Wetlands Protection Act, but not necessarily under the bylaw. For example, vegetation cutting for road safety, removing danger trees, maintaining clear guardrails, repairing, replacing signs, etc. And so then when we get into the additional activities, that's where we kind of get into more specifics of the DPW's typical activities. So here's a spreadsheet on the screen right now, kind of giving an overview. If we can go back 2 slides to the, yes, thank you. Vegetation management is kind of a big one that we looked at. And this is a detail sheet from the attachment section of the NOI we submitted showing typical vegetation maintenance along roadways and bike trails. So along the side of a roadway, generally clear up to 10 feet in width from the edge of the roadway and then 14 feet in height. Versus on the left side of the image, you can see bike trails, it's generally cleared 5 feet from the edge of the bike trail to 12 feet in height. Then going on to the next image, we wanted to give an example of vegetation maintenance at intersections typically. And this detail sheet is based on methods that were established by the Federal Highway Administration and the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. Basically maintain and clear sight distances at intersections based on speed of cars and the angle of the intersection for vehicle safety. And then I guess we can go back to the spreadsheet I put together. In the interest of time, I won't go through every single activity that we listed, but just to summarize, we kind of created some main buckets that summarize basically typical activities. So like roadways, typical activities would be sweeping, edging, snow clearing, filling potholes, periodic resurfacing. There were also bike path activities, sweeping, edging, again, typical repairs, pavement marking, etc. Bridge activities, general maintenance on bridges. We go through signage, parks and recreation facilities, parking areas. Typical activities might be clearing debris, parking surfaces, filling potholes, regrading and refilling, resurfacing paved lots, drainage and stormwater management, kind of a broad category, but that could include culvert clearing, outfall maintenance, catch basin maintenance, mowing around bioretention basins, etc. And we have retaining walls, typical maintenance, but not expansion. And then public beach activities, which are, seasonal beach raking and placement of handicap accessible mats. So that was kind of an overview of what we've provided. And with that, I will open up to questions.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Seth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a chance to review this filing, and I think it represents positive, holistic approach, similar to what the filing that the Land Bank had submitted a few meetings back. I think, again, the same comments that I said in that application apply here. There are a few items on this list that probably need further scrutiny. One of them is vista pruning or sightline clearing, because I know that there's been issues with trying to establish a difference between what is safety requirements for vistas and what is simply an aesthetic choice. And we've had issues with unpermitted vista pruning in the past. So getting standardized heights for vistas that are to be pruned, and also representative photographs of those the aesthetic looks would be great, so that we know what the standard is and when there are potentially have been cutting beyond those standards. I think also anything that involves structural maintenance, like the bridges mentioned here, retaining walls, things like that. We need a little bit more oversight in that area to make sure that strictly speaking, maintenance is done, not repair and replacement. I think that just conditioning the right language like we requested with the land bank as well, is good, so that we know what's considered maintenance and what's considered repair in those structural cases. And any of the structures asking to be maintained, now there's 3 bridges mentioned. It'd be good to get, the diagram schematics of what they are now, so that we know how they're being maintained in the future, and if there's any maintenance that we think represents kind of something beyond maintenance, but a repair or addition to a structure. So if we have all those schematics, we'll be able to know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Maureen and then Ian.
Seth, I'm glad you mentioned the bridges, as I was going to mention them as well, since 2 of them are the Massasoit and Ames Avenue bridges are both in Nantucket, and both currently on the list for doing other than maintenance, especially the Massasoit Bridge. I think, and we've met, Rob and has met with some of the people from Nantucket about both those bridges. But going forward, so that all the things that Seth mentioned, I think, are just so important, so that the community is aware of, what the schedule for maintenance is. These are both bridges that are obviously extremely, and I know the Sconset one as well. These are, vital to the neighborhood, and often, in the past have not always been maintained as well as they might have been. So I think this is a really good step in the right direction, and then making sure that the neighborhoods involved are aware of what's going on and what will be done, beyond any kind of maintenance. So I think this is a good step, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Maureen. Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to Rob, it's sort of an ancillary question, but Rob, is VHB addressing the issue of nuisance signs on the bike path?
Absolutely not. This is not a signage project in any way. This is all about things that are activities that are subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and related.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mark?
I have a question on the, well, let me back up. If this were in effect, what impact would that have had on the work being done at Sackatchewan on the Pulpus Road? Would this give them the waiver to do most of what they did?
That's probably a good question for Jeff.
So I'll try my best to answer. So I think the short answer to that, Mark, is I don't think it necessarily would have, because that turned into more of a reconstruction project, and that's being resolved separately. And I think that any time that there's probably work that's going to be specifically done outside the scope of this and what's being done, that a separate filing would have to be put together for any activity that's not included as what's general maintenance. So I hope that answers your question, but if it didn't, please say so.
Mark, did that kind of get at your question?
It kind of did, but we did have the Sackatchewan Pond issue to come forth with no permits and no request, even though they were on Mass Audubon's property. If they were all on town land, I think some of the townsfolks, including some of these commissioners, would have come a little unglued with that. So I just worry about giving an open-ended permission to go in the buffer zones. I'd feel more comfortable if there were a specific plan for maintaining, well, the 3 bridges for sure, and maybe ones that are areas that are in need of shoring up, like the Sacajah Pond, like Folgers Marsh, areas that we're going to have to, we know we're going to have to raise at some point. And I guess Rob's got his hand up, so maybe he can help me.
Yes, and I think Seth echoed kind of a similar concern with wanting more specifics between that, maintenance versus new construction. So that's good. Rob, do you have kind of an answer for that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe that the effort that we put into this over the course of the last year speaks to the point and the relationship that DPW has developed with natural resources speaks to the intent here. DPW is every day performing activities around the islands that people expect of us. Many of those, based on the resources that exist out here, are in need of specific either scheduling, timing, or special sensitivities to the areas that we're working in and around. So we are filing this with the intentions to more specifically define for the commission what we are doing to ensure that the activities that we're undertaking are covered and sensitive to the Wetlands Protection Act. Obviously, there's other people that we need to be filing with, including Natural Heritage, which we've done. And so this would be a guidebook that Jeff and I, particularly, because we're the ones who field the calls when people have questions about a specific activity that we may be undertaking. Is this covered under regular maintenance, operations and maintenance? And it also is a guidebook for me to say, this is out, this particular proposed activity is outside of our normal operation and maintenance, and therefore is leading me down the path of coming before the commission specifically for that activity to seek guidance, whether it is a activity that needs a full-blown notice of intent or a determination of applicability. And we'll follow that track. And that's the goal here, is so that we have coverage, further than what we currently have, which is we've been doing it this way forever.
Thank you, Rob. Mark?
Thank you, Rob. That's very helpful, and that reassures me that you can manage the projects. And I mean, we all rely upon your judgment, and you're doing your good work on the roadside. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe?
So, Rob, I just want to jump on just to say that I think that, when you come forward for emergency orders, we've been pretty quick to act. So I'd like to just add that to your list. I think anytime, question, just call Jeff, and then, he quickly responds, gets information to us. So I think that, along with NOI, et cetera, I think that should be something as part of your checklist. Like the Pulpus Road that was taken out, and it was something you moved as fast as you could, but you did have our blessing to move forward on the first rebuild. I think it was just the restructuring in this last part of that rebuilding of that retaining wall just kind of got in a little bit of hot water. But I do think that, anytime we come forward with a plan or you need emergency help, then by all means, please reach out to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. So I know, and this is going to be the Lorax and me talking, but I get concerned sometimes when I see kind of blanket pruning heights, and I realize that a lot of it is for visibility around corners and things. And I totally understand that, but some of the blanket 5 feet off of all bike paths, I think we have some bike paths that you might not be able to do that, and you might lose some valuable resource trees by kind of extending cutting on each side. So I just, want to encourage the town to be as tasteful as they can when they're cutting, and thinking about, if you have to take out a nuisance tree, planting a native tree somewhere nearby to replace that. I think in the last 5 or 10 years, I've seen a lot of cutting on our roadsides, and I agree they make the sightlines a lot safer, but I don't see native vegetation kind of being re-encouraged in some of those spots. And I think we could strike a balance there, so that we keep some native species on the bike path edges and things like that. And again, they can still be safe, but have some ecological benefit as well. And I know in some cities and things, they're actually, building out with plants to slow down cars, so kind of going the opposite direction. So I just hope that the DPW is kind of looking at these spots holistically and not just wanting kind of a blanket permit to prune and cut, because that does concern me quite a bit. I also have a question about the beach raking that was on there, because I guess I wasn't aware that beach raking is really done here. So can you expand upon what that involves?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, to address your concerns about, let's say, indiscriminate cutting, I would say what was inherited here when I first came on in 2017, I'd like to say was sort of the road and right-of-way system had been long since left to its own devices and was really overgrown. So starting with a major effort along the state highway, Milestone Road, there was market cutting to basically remove dangerous trees very close to the edge of the travelway on the roadways. If you go back to the reference document that we've developed the vegetation management program from, this is a federal highway standard program. And so one of the things that we are striking balances with is this really dramatic landscape that we all enjoy here, the natural environment, as you mentioned, the native species, and allowing them to really thrive. But at the same time, maintaining corridors that are safe. And that's the minimum distances that are shown for clearance are really to make sure that if people do leave the travelway, whether it's on a bicycle or a vehicle, that the likelihood of death caused by impact with an immovable object like a tree is greatly minimized. And so while we do not indiscriminately clear within those prescribed envelopes, there are many instances around the island where we have left up, mature or icon trees, specifically because they're on areas that I would deem safer and more able to withstand those kind of areas, like a big long straightaway, as a for instance, where the likelihood of deviating from the path is greatly different than a blind or a tight corner. So we do strike that balance wherever possible. We are planting along a lot of areas. You might have seen the recent efforts we've started on Surfside and continue on Surfside, going out towards the beach. And anytime we can introduce new vegetation and new tree work, we're certainly making efforts on that.
Yeah, I have to interrupt you there a little because you guys took out one of my favorite pitch pines within the last 2 weeks. That's been there since I was a kid and looked all right. So stuff like that I worry about.
So if we're talking about, again, I think we want to be sensitive to what's happening out there. We've gotten substantial input and and feedback from some of the other real incidents that have occurred in recent history around the island, including bike path, a death on the bike path over near Sacagawea Pond on the Pulpus bike path. And so what followed was not just immediate action to open up these sightways, but some real meaningful conversations that have happened behind the scenes with both bike enthusiasts, with naturalists, and people that have, real history with the island, and were very helpful in guiding the document that you see before you. As Ian mentioned, we're talking signage, and we continue to talk about bike safety and how to improve that. A lot of it does come down to being able to see each other, particularly in the busier times of year. So we will continue to focus on that. I'm sorry I was off track and completely forgot about the second point you made.
It was about the beach raking.
Yes, beach raking. Thank you. So beach raking it happens very limitedly. And Jeff can speak a little bit more to the natural heritage end of that. Our folks have been mobilized to a limited list of public beaches. And off the top of my head, I know Jetties, I think Children's, and maybe one other, but Nobodier. And typically Nobodier is before and after 4th of July only. And that was, I think, mostly just to make sure that we got up any bottles and cans or anything that might have been buried in the sand during that party. So we hear about it quite often over at Jetties because of the particular shells associated with that stretch of beach that apparently make it difficult for people to walk on, the periwinkle shells. So we hear about it a lot in the peak of the summer, like, hey, we should get out here and take all these shells out. Well, that's not really the purpose of the raking. Initially it's, I think, removal of accumulated debris from winter and making sure that the beaches are prepared for visitation. And then we largely back off. But I think if there's not enough detail in either our submittal or what is part of Jeff's beach maintenance plan, then we could certainly supplement that.
Thank you, Rob. Jeff?
Yeah, just to add on the beach raking. So in the middle 2000s, the town used to actually contract out to Frank Powers a pretty substantial beach raking regime, which has been scaled back and kind of targeted to events primarily. So Jetties Beach only gets raked after all of the plovers have dispersed, and we get clearance from Heritage on that, and really related around events. So things like the Pops is an event what's there to pick up the things that are beneath the Nobodier. And even Children's Beach has been really limited back. So they used to get raked almost weekly in some cases, and it's been reduced to, again, that very specific kind of event-based raking to be better stewards of the beach.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff, for that perspective, and Rob as well. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought of another topic that's relevant here. It has to do with bike path and road edge maintenance. And it has to do with ensuring that clean fill is used in all these projects. Happen to know that a lot of times when new signage like stop signs or telephone posts are put in, unfortunately we see invasive species popping up, lots of Japanese knotweed. And it's cumbersome and burdensome to ask the DPW to always supply testing, ensuring that fill is clean that they're using. But I think we definitely need that to happen. I understand that those areas need to be maintained and those projects need to be done. But the worst thing you want to see in a wetland buffer is stop sign get put in and the new Japanese knotweed pop up right next to that stop sign. So just ensuring that we have a solid, clean fill, reliable source to using these projects, and that there's follow-up maintenance of these installations so that if invasives do pop up, that they're actually removed. I would like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. That's a really, really good point. Rob?
Yes, and through you, Madam Chair, Seth, thank you for bringing that up. I think that's another very topical subject to discuss. The recent construction of the Monomoy bike path by the Plus Department was a fantastic example of this. The contractor put back material that very quickly populated with some kind of invasive weed. I don't know, and maybe you do, what it was, but I know it was brought to my attention through the land bank. And I contacted the contractor and instructed him to go out there immediately and remove it completely. Not cut it, but to completely remove it to make sure that it was gone. And we will be, now that we're aware of that, we'll certainly continue to watch that. I would say on a complete flip side, for an actual DPW project, we just worked well with Land Bank out in Nantucket, where you may have seen recently the Nantucket bike path was relocated in a short stretch near Eel Point. That was coordinated with Land Bank to shift the path over towards their property, and included eradication of some Japanese knotweed that was growing on their property, as well as recovery of all the topsoil so that when the path is completed, we can go back in the spring and restore the topsoil, and the likelihood of native plants growing back in that area is greatly increased. So, I think it's really about the approach, and I believe that we really think through a lot of the things that we do, and if things are brought to our attention that are not necessarily in our control or something that we weren't initially involved with, we certainly have taken actions.
Thank you.
Beyond that, I think there's another piece of this where, current practice regarding invasives is something that I have certainly raised not just awareness of, but we've developed procedures here to make sure we minimize. There's miles of bike path, 35 miles of bike path on the island. And there is certainly a fair amount of invasives that run along the path. Most of the calls that we get regarding any kind of vegetation management along the path these days are not anything to do with branches or overgrown grass. It's invasives growing back into the path before our crew goes back to mow the grass, because these are, they're species that are growing faster than grass, and they're not on the schedule for another 2 weeks or so to get to. So procedures like making sure we clean the decks of the mowers and save that one spot that has invasives on it to the last stretch to mow for the day before we clean off the decks and return those pieces of equipment to the campus. And so that also, just raising awareness and education of the staff. We've been working with some folks at Conservation Foundation to understand, and some teams of people that go around and remove the exotic invasives to identify areas and to, in some cases, provide them trucks to load the collected materials to bring them back to the landfill, either the exotic invasives container or directly into the composter, where they're fed into the composter and the seeds are effectively destroyed.
Thank you, Rob. Seth, did you have a follow-up question or comment?
Yeah, thank you. Rob, I appreciate all those comments. I'm part of that group of people who helps remove invasive species from bike paths, particularly spotted knapweed. So been out there, I've seen, DPW mowing. I've been aware of, the DPW's commitment to pick up the invasive species that we bag and bring them to the landfill. So I appreciate that. I think that there are very standard conditions that we could put into any order conditions that would just give us a little bit more reassurance here. It could read something like, if fill is being used for bikeway maintenance, those projects need to be monitored for a set amount of time. And if invasive species are discovered, they need to be removed. I think that just having some standard protocols in place, like we do in any other projects, when people come in for invasive species removal projects, we require them to photo monitor them and make sure that they've actually eradicated what they're looking at. So similar conditions that would assuage any of our potential fears about invasive species while not overburdening the work that the DPW needs to do, I think could easily be accomplished.
Thank you, Seth. Any other thoughts, Ian?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess through you to Rob or Jeff, has this been read by town council or a consultant to actually detail what the Conservation Commission will be giving up if it's approved in its present form?
Thank you, Ian. I think that's probably a good question for Jeff.
So I think the short answer to that, Ian, is no, it hasn't gone to town council. And I think the longer answer is a lot of these activities, and I'll actually say all of these activities, are currently going on now without any oversight from the commission per se, in the sense that there's never been a permit issued for regular maintenance. And I think, well, it seems like, even with this one or the land bank one, that you guys may be giving up something that's not necessarily giving up anything, is having procedures in place to know for sure that things are not qualifying under the Wetlands Protection Act, or things are not being doing correctly, and having kind of a transparent process to say, this is what we expect for roadway maintenance, for filling potholes. So when we're filling a pothole on Washington Street and we're adjacent to the coastal beach or that area there, that there's the procedure that's used is known and compliant with the act. So I think the intent isn't for the commission to give up anything. I think it's more for the commission to be armed with the information to know that things are being done correctly and in a process that anyone can know that they're being done correctly. And I think there's a lot of pieces to that, but hopefully that dispels. I think Rob has something to add to that as well.
Yes, Rob, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at this as an extension of what the Public Works Department is undertaking through its national accreditation. We're currently working through developing compliant policies and procedures through the National American Public Works Association accreditation program. This, in my opinion, and in my experience at other communities, is a way to introduce to a lot of commissioners what, in fact, DPW is really up to. Most people really don't know the full scope of what we do. And this is really an opportunity to open and have regular communications between the department and the commission and to seek feedback and input to better do our job in and on both sides. This is not a blanket, go and do whatever you want. The idea is that we're before you at least every 3 years to review how we've done, what your concerns are, and to reissue with conditions to continue on, so that we all are doing what we're supposed to. Beyond that, as we previously mentioned, this is to cover just normal operation and maintenance, and not specific projects that would require or do require some sort of a specific NOI filing with its own set of conditions.
Thank you, Rob.
So,
Yes, Ian?
so I understand that. And, we all are grateful to the DPW when they come out in force after a storm. And so I have no axe to grind with what the DPW is doing. But, a lot, as I read this, the emphasis seems to be on that the operations are temporary, but then in the summary, it says this work generally results in minor disturbances to the environment and is needed to maintain the town's infrastructure. And so I guess I'm reluctant to sign off on something that is in some ways rather general. And I'm curious as to whether going forward with some future DPW director that we might end up boxing a future commission in into an awkward situation. So I guess maybe I'm being too alarmist. I'm slightly uneasy about that.
Thank you, Ian.
For bearing with me.
No, I understand some of that unease, because I keep picturing Pulpus Road and the bike path there and all the lovely vegetation and the wetlands that literally come up to both sides. And I'm picturing one day going down it and suddenly having, big sight lines in more spots than I would imagine. And I know that could be a little bit of paranoia. But I do worry about that sort of blanketing and what that might mean. So you're not alone in that. Jean?
Yeah, I just want to add that the intent here is really is maintenance and not repair or new work or that would otherwise need an order of conditions. We really are trying to just almost codify the maintenance activities that the DPW undertakes on a regular basis, as Jeff mentioned. This also gives the commission an opportunity to add conditions for those activities, as Commissioner Golding indicated that he's got concerns about, or that you had concerns about, sort of giving a carte blanche to the DPW. You could add conditions in there that sort of control the situation when something is done or is not done. We did not include activities that would, it was not in the intent to include activities that would otherwise require a notice of intent, like say repair of a bridge or replacement of a bridge. That, that's beyond the scope of what we're trying to do here. We didn't include control of invasives because in a buffer zone or in a wetland area, control of invasives under the state law requires a filing. So, for those kinds of activities, we did not include things that would automatically require filings on themselves. We just wanted to put those relatively simple activities that are commonly undertaken throughout the island and throughout the Commonwealth for that matter. Many of these are exempt activities under the Wetlands Protection Act, but just not exempted or allowed under the bylaw without a filing. And we just wanted to try to bring those two jurisdictions somewhat into some consistency so that it makes it easy for the commission to understand what the DPW is doing and what the DPW knows what the commission wants.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. That's helpful. Mark?
Yes, maybe Rob could enlighten us through you, Madam Chair, on the training some of the employees get. I too am on the Pulpus bike path a lot, and I would be disturbed to see a over enthusiastic mower going too far into the wetlands. And I'd be curious to know what training these guys get. In some cases, they're young, very young people who have come here for the summer.
Thank you, Mark. Rob, do you have an answer for that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mark. It's an excellent question, particularly when we have seasonal employees here for the summer, as you've noted. So our operation folks have been doing this for many, many years. And in fact, we're instrumental in helping develop the document that's been ultimately presented here. In fact, if we walk through each and every activity, I could give you a 30,000-foot view of what's really happening. But it comes down to the operational managers and the actual foremen that instruct the staff on proper procedures. So in that case, or in those cases, it is critical that these folks are, in fact, pointed in the right direction from day one and are following an actual procedure that is tied back to something like this, an actual permit that really means something, as opposed to just, well, we do it this way, on a Monday, and if you go with that other foreman, you might do it differently the next time you go out. The whole idea of not just this filing, but just the accreditation process of developing policies and procedures within the department or codifying stuff that is already in place is to visit the procedures that are currently in place and ensure that these are both efficient, the highest and best use of our limited staff and equipment, and ultimately follow the law.
Thank you, Rob. Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Crouch, thank you for your elaboration. And you use the example of bridges. And so on page 30, it says the DPW maintains 3 bridges, the Massasoit Bridge, the Ames Avenue Bridge, and the Sconset Footbridge. Any in-water work or work within 10 feet of water is subject to review by the Nantucket Conservation Commission. And bridge maintenance activities may include the following. And then you list a number of activities that I would have thought the Conservation Commission would want to know about, whether or not it was within 10 feet. And so I think could you clarify that for me, please? Or is my question too vague? In other words, specifically, if you're talking about waterproofing or repairing the bridge deck, repairing cross members, are you saying that if we give the go-ahead on this, then if it's 11 feet 6 inches, then we have then there's no need to get in touch with us for the work?
Well, I think what our intent here is that work on the superstructure of the bridge itself is out of the water. I mean, it may be over the resource, over the water area, but we're not in it. We're not doing any activity that enters the water, resurfacing the bridge, replacing waterproofing, which is under the bridge, the paving surface, are all things that are certainly above the water, but they're not in the water, and there's no reason for any of the equipment to be in the water. To me, that's a maintenance activity, and there's really no risk to the resource to do that, and it just prolongs the life of the bridge and extends, reduces the opportunity or need to actually go in there and replace the bridge, which would be obviously a lot more effort. That a bridge replacement would require a filing. That's not something that would be covered under this.
No, I totally get that, Mr. Crouch, and I don't want to belabor the point, but you know, and I mean, normally we ask for all sorts of precautions if there's going to be chemicals involved, and so I worry that without actually coming before us to tell us what they're going to do and that they're putting in adequate protection, that might slip by the wayside.
Mhm.
Under a
Well-
future director, or, you know.
Well, in that particular case, I mean, this is your opportunity to condition bridge work to include certain safeguards that you would otherwise include. If your concern is things dropping into the water from the work, putting in shielding or netting or something like that, require that underneath so that, you know, the things that you would be concerned about if it were coming to you anyway, get covered, get included.
Thank you. Ian, does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, I mean, I absolutely, I'm sympathetic to Rob wanting to establish protocols so that he doesn't feel that he has to be coming before us for every nut and bolt. And, but at the same time, I want to make sure that there's a balance between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Seth, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I share some of Commissioner Golding's thoughts here in terms of the structural elements. Like with the bridges, I see, you know, replacing and repairing piles mentioned here. Well, now we're talking about work that's probably in the wetland resource area. You know, to me, that's not a maintenance activity. That's a repair activity. And I think that in normal colloquial language, those things possibly are viewed the same. But from a regulatory perspective, they have a much different meaning. Some of these activities, I think, need a bit more oversight. Some of them that are mentioned seem fine. I think with this, just with these structural elements, we need more information. And I think Ian's point about proper erosion control structures, proper, you know, chemical protocols that you would have appropriate spill cleanup on site. I'm sure DPW has that equipment anyway and materials, but just getting, and I think maybe it can be conditioned, but I think just getting a better definition for these structural elements of what exactly is considered maintenance and what is more repair is important, in my opinion.
Thank you, Seth. And I agree with both you and Ian on that point for sure. Any other comments or questions from commissioners before we look to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
Just a couple. Burton Buckheim asked, at what point will the DPW come before the board for individual projects proposed? And then Mark Forsyth asked, how are storm drain projects prioritized?
Thank you, Jeff. Rob, do you have an answer for probably the storm drain question?
So the storm drain, you know, I've been working with Mark on Gull Island and Lily Pond from the outset here. We're trying to get that working again. We have drainage issues going on all around the island. Generally, they're prioritized based on the tributary area and our ability to be able to get at these and actually do a complete replacement or a complete repair, I should say, to the point where they're functioning well. Sometimes my priorities aren't necessarily the priority, as we do get all kinds of input from the town manager's office and the select board, and frankly, dealing back and forth with Jeff and Natural Resources to assist with those. So there's a lot going on. We're trying to manage it all, and this coverage under the notice of intent would generally not cover us for any of the projects that are coming up. The improvement projects are all intended to be full filings before the commission. Just to name a few, I mean, we have the Cow Pond Lane that's finishing up design. Surfside Beach area is another one that's coming up soon. Raceway Somerset at Bartlett is another big one that's coming up. I mean, these are hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars of expected infrastructure projects that include a lot of drainage, either improvements or replacement or introduction for the first time. And these have been in development for some time. There's a lot of transportation projects that are underway, including bike path developments, brand new ones, repair and maintenance of some of the ones that we have ongoing. But these are expected filings. We're talking about widening bike paths, and we're talking about transportation projects like Sparks Avenue, Pleasant Street, and Williams. We have Consu Springs as a major water quality improvement project that we're working in concert with the land bank on. And the bridges have been mentioned. As far as I'm concerned, any of the maintenance activities, and I say maintenance as in we've been reviewing these bridges for what comes next. And we have taken the approach of full replacement of. It turns out full replacement of the bridges, the two in Nantucket particularly, are really not the recommended approach. Both from a sea level rise and from a local approach. It's sort of they're in decent shape. Let's take some appropriate actions that will be able to react to what we expect nature to be doing to these areas in the next 20 to 40 to 50 years. And we can take maybe more appropriate action when we know more, when we have more data and we see what's been happening. And so, with that, we totally expect the pedestrian bridge extension for the Massasoit Bridge to come before you as a full filing. And any repairs that we're considering for the Ames Avenue Bridge, which were really about protecting the abutments, would be a full filing as well. So hopefully that's kind of an explanation of where we're at with those.
Thank you, Rob. So that's it for public comment. Okay. Any final thoughts from commissioners? Okay, so I know this has to continue for natural heritage. When would you guys like to continue to? Would you like to try 2 weeks or longer?
I did have a conversation with Natural Heritage last week. They were going to be trying to get a letter together. If we could do 2 weeks, and then if we didn't actually get something from them, we could just continue it till we did. I think that might be useful.
Okay, perfect. So this will continue until December 3rd. Oh, Ian?
Yes, Madam Chair. So are some of our concerns going to be added to the document between now and in 2 weeks' time, Mr. Couch?
Well, we're not going to rewrite the narrative. I would really say if there's an aspect of what we're proposing here that's of concern, that you consider a condition to either condition that activity or, I mean, we've got a lot of activities we've listed, that a lot of individual activities. If you want to say no pile work is allowed within the water, you just identify that that is not an activity that's allowed under this order.
Thank you, Mr. Crunch. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we'll have to think as commissioners over the next 2 weeks how we might want to condition some of these items when it comes back up, because it sounds like there are a few.
And bear in mind, in my conversation with Natural Heritage, they will probably have some activities in here that they have concerns about in terms of impact to rare species on the island. We don't know what exactly. We gave them that list of all the activities, and then they were going to go through them and figure out whether or not the activity was in fact exempt from their regulations, or if there were some sort of conditions that needed to be included. And obviously, you're going to want to, reference that in any order that you issue.
Thank you. I think Seth maybe had a final comment.
This is this is reference to Jeff, if possible.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm envisioning that this order of conditions is going to be sufficiently lengthy. If we have conditions in mind that we're already thinking of, do you want us to send them to you, or to identify things now, or at a different point?
I think if you guys individually have concerns or things you'd like to see conditioned, if you just send them to me, I can compile them all together to circulate to the whole group for review and get those back to Rob and VHB as well. I think that would be the easiest way.
Thank you. That's a very relevant question, Seth. So thank you for that. So at this point, I think we're ready to continue for 2 weeks until December 3rd. Thank you for your presentation and answering all of our questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a great evening.
Pleasure.
You guys have a good evening too.
You too.
So that moves us on to Killian at 10 Mayhew Lane. And this is represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental Consultants. The application before you, number of activities across the site. Joe, this isn't the site plan though. But I'll just start off with the resource areas on the subject parcel are bordering vegetated wetland north of Mayhew Lane. And then there's an isolated vegetated wetland within the southern portion of the site. That isolated wetland is 317 square feet. Considering that there are no size thresholds for vegetated wetlands through the bylaw, it is considered protectable, but does have diminished functions and values based on the size, the surrounding vegetated conditions, which are largely invasive Asiatic bittersweet and blackberry, and just the surrounding habitat landscape context of developed conditions. The proposed project involves a 12 by 20 foot pool with a dry laid patio. There's proposed driveway improvements and walkway in the front of the property. There's general landscaping updates. On a structural side of things, there is proposed expanded front stoop, southerly deck expansions on the west and east ends, a new deck on the east side of the property, the house rather, relocated adjacent to relocated AC units. And then there's a proposed removing a portion of the deck abutting the southeastern corner of the garage cottage where the pool equipment is going to be proposed. So the proposed pool is located within the 50-foot buffer zone to that isolated vegetated wetland. Aside from that, there are no structural aspects within the 50-foot buffer zone. And so we've requested a waiver for the proposed pool. It's a 5-foot deep pool, again, 12 by 20. And there are no other viable alternative locations on site for the pool. While you may not be able to tell too distinctly on this plan, there's a 30-foot zoning setback that is faintly shown on the plan, that basically the northwesterly corner of the pool is right up against that 30-foot front yard setback. And that's due to the orientation and footprint of Mayhew Lane. It has this odd kind of hook at the end of it for the last property, and which puts the 30-yard setback pretty far interior. So we've maximized the pool as far away from that small isolated wetland as possible, right up against that 30-foot setback. And there's no other viable locations for it. Anything otherwise would be closer to the isolated wetland. And so what we're proposing to do to compensate for the intrusion into the 50-foot is to provide a significant restoration enhancement vegetation plan. As I mentioned previously, areas surrounding that small isolated wetland are largely composed of bittersweet and blackberry. There's not a whole lot of species diversity. And what we're proposing to do is using BMPs, remove the invasives and replant the wetland itself and the 25-foot buffers in to the full extent. That includes approximately 470 square feet of lawn area that's within the 25-foot buffer zone. The proposed plants that we selected for both the wetland and buffer zone include, within the wetland itself, high bush blueberry, winterberry shrubs. And we're going to propose plugs of blue flag, rose mallow, and Atlantic Joe Pye weed, all natives. The 25-foot buffer zone is going to be planted with red maple saplings, arrowwood shrubs, bayberry, butterfly weed, switchgrass plugs, in addition to a native fescue mix. The total restoration area is 3,280 square feet. And taken as a whole, we feel that the project will result in a long-term net benefit to the resource areas and buffer zones. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Seth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Brian, if I understand correctly, where the proposed patio is north of the proposed pool, that's within the 30-foot front yard setback that you're talking about. So it's not possible for the orientation of the pool and the patio to be switched?
Correct. Without a waiver.
Actually, so a patio is not considered a structure as far as setbacks go, zoning setbacks, but a pool is. So the patio could go right up to the lot line for zoning, so, but the pool can't. So the pool needs to meet the 30-foot setback.
Great. I'll give Seth a follow-up, and then I think it's going to go Joe and Ian.
So I understand that essentially either asking us for a waiver or asking the zoning board for a waiver, but I feel sufficiently uncomfortable about allowing the pool within the 50-foot buffer, especially because it's going to also likely intrude into the groundwater. Not saying that you should say necessarily seek a waiver elsewhere at the other board, but I feel regulatorily that we're not necessarily meeting the requirements here.
Understood. And just to get into that groundwater issue. So the pool is proposed well outside of the 50 foot to the BVW further to the north, but is within the 50 foot to the IVW. From a groundwater perspective, we did do a soil boring in October to get groundwater depth. Based on where we hit actual groundwater at that time, the pool will maintain a 2-foot separation, but we did note models within the soil profile above. Based on those models, it doesn't appear that there's a fluctuating groundwater table that's there for extended periods of time. So we've conservatively have requested that waiver. Depending about the time of year of installation, dewatering may not be required. Hopefully won't be required, but if it is, that we can dewater to a dirt bag within the lawn area encircled by straw bales. But we feel that the any potential adverse impacts to groundwater associated with that IVW is going to be de minimis and fully mitigated through this wetland and buffer zone restoration enhancement plan.
Thank you, Brian. I do want to just kind of say for the record that we were having a fairly extensive drought this year. So it's very likely the water table measurements you were getting were lower than in a normal year, certainly. And I also have to say, very brave to apply for a pool within the 50 with this commission, because I know personally that is not something I would be able to kind of allow or condition. Joe, I think, had a comment, and then Ian.
So
Oh, Brian, yep.
Sorry, yeah, just quickly to jump in. Sorry, Joe. If the commission members themselves haven't been out to the site, I would strongly urge you to do so. I think if there was ever a test case that wetlands are not all created equal, this is a prime example. And absent of this project, this wetland will continue to be neglected. And I just see this as a real opportunity to provide a significant improvement over existing conditions.
Thank you. Joe?
So this, through the chair, Brian, so this, or Dawn, this has not gone before the ZBA?
No, I mean, if anyone has been to the ZBA, it's very difficult to get any type of variance for any kind of setback like this for proposed construction.
Yeah, and Brian, I hear you, wetlands are different, but the word wetland still kind of, it's alive, it's growing, it's still part of something we really need to protect. And I think more importantly than just a invisible line off a street, I know that's not an easy thing to say. I'm sure a lot of ZBA members would get pretty upset with that comment, but yeah, I just would really rather you guys go to the ZBA because I just am having a hard time swallowing this one. I know what you're trying to do and I know what you're saying, but yeah, like I'll leave the rest of the members go.
Yeah, I think, and Brian, if I remember correctly, you were on the site that I'm thinking about, but there's a site downtown, kind of by the White Elephant, where they keep trying to develop and they have a mowed wetland on site. And our comment to you guys was, well, if they develop it, we need like true ecological perspective on the improvement in that area. So to really get an ecologist on board to highlight, the improvements through a wetland restoration like this, I think would be necessary if we were even going to remotely consider permitting it. Um,
Understood, and we can certainly expand upon that sort of ecological assessment, but certainly wanted to at least engage in this preliminary conversation before assessing what may be needed to expand upon it.
Ian?
Yes, well, I share Joseph's sentiments as well as Seth's and your own. And my only question would be that it's not possible to run the pool north to south where the patio is, so that it's outside the 50 and outside the 30-foot setback?
No, not really. I wish the zoning setback line that we had on here shows up clearer, but
Yeah, I can't see it at all.
yeah, the 30 feet doesn't really leave any room on there.
Right.
You can sort of see where the dash line cuts across the front of the house and then takes a turn heading southwest where
Yeah,
it says AC unit. So you can sort of follow that, how that cuts right across that area. There's also an underground electric line and a propane tank there that if we were to move it, we would have to relocate.
okay, thank you, Don. I see that, so.
Mhm.
But no, I share my fellow commissioners' reluctance.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ian. Maureen had a comment, and then Joe.
Yes, through the chair, Brian, I also concur with my fellow commissioners, and I had two comments. One would be, and if I'm reading this little weird dotted line that seems to kind of go diagonally through this proposed patio, that pools don't have to be rectangles either. And I would, something that if you don't want to go to the ZBA, which frankly, I think you should do, because I believe in the same way Joe said this, I do believe our wetlands have a strong priority in terms of setbacks that are just, standard and, kind of no matter what the situation is. So I would say, can you be more creative and have a smaller pool within the area that you can, or maybe then you don't have to go for a whole 30, you don't have to get as big a variance from the zoning board. That's one thing, because pools do not have to be rectangles. The other question I had, and also this poor little wetlands, it's small, it's, this lawn that's been around it for a long time, I'm sure, I would guess has not been terribly helpful to the wetlands becoming, a more successful wetland. And while I assume this lawn has been there a long time, it's not the wetlands' fault, if you will, that it has been surrounded by an area that is not conducive to its growth. So I think it's wonderful that the owner would consider revegetating the lawn area. And frankly, I wish that is something they would consider doing no matter what gets put in the 50. Because that's the kind of action that I think, that kind of looking more to adapting to the wetland as opposed to adapting around it, I think is a better idea. And then I also have a question. There's this, at the bottom of there's a sign that says, replace existing spa with fire pit. And that's within the 50. There's an existing deck and porch and spa that's all in this light gray, and you want to take out the spa and put in a fire pit instead. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
Correct, yes.
So that's further disturbance. I mean, you would be, I mean, I would, great, take out the spa, but you want to put something new in there. Would that need to have gas pipes and, how much disturbance would doing that cause in the 50?
I don't know about any gas connection. I can certainly get that answer for you. It's all work up on an existing deck platform.
Mhm.
So no structural modifications, just in, I think I don't know if the hot tub spa is above ground or in ground. I can't recall off the top of my head, but it's basically just swapping out the
see.
spa for the pit.
So I guess I would say I think this is a very aggressive plan and not one that I would not be prepared to approve that pool. And I would love to see them do the revegetation no matter what they wind up doing. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. I think Joe had a comment and then Ian.
Yeah, so not to redesign your project or anything, but it seems like if you took that pool outside of the 50, it's only a small portion of that pool that would be within the 30 foot. So does it help your argument to say that the Concom said no and we have to go this way, that the ZBA, especially on a dead end street, that it's kind of an awkward, unique situation? It just seems like you have a better argument. Well, they'll definitely have a better argument with the ZBA than you're going to have here. Because and
Well, I think it definitely
I'm
helps.
going to stop right there.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Joe, Ian.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious as to how the spa got permitted in the first place. And when?
Yeah, it was permitted. I want to say back in 2014. The configuration of that wetland has changed a little bit since that time. I wasn't involved with the prior project, so I can't really speak to pre-existing conditions. But I think previously it was outside of areas of concern, we'll put it.
Ah,
Thank you, Brian.
thank you, Brian.
Or far enough away, rather.
Seth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone's stealing my best comments tonight, but I agree with you, Ashley, that October, when groundwater information was taken, we're in a category 3 extreme drought. And I know groundwater can be taken reliably at any time of the year in any drought conditions, but if you're having models in that condition in spring in a normal year, there's probably going to be more hydraulic connection there and water up in those areas. I can't say it without seeing it, but that would be my assumption. I also agree with Maureen that I see now on the plan, thanks for pointing it out, Don, the 30-foot zoning setback that you're talking about. And yeah, there's not going to be any way to put a 12 by 20 rectangle pool in there, but there's room to put something that would be considered a pool. So I would voice going to the ZBA or figuring something creative out. And also, Brian, I 100% agree with you that every wetland is different. And from an ecological perspective, I'd love to see this wetland restored. Bittersweet is an awful strangling, smothering vine. But from a regulatory perspective, we have to apply our standards to wetlands in an equal manner. So just because the wetland's in the denuded or potentially not healthy state right now doesn't mean that we can sacrifice the protections of the buffer zone that is afforded. I think we need to be equivocable across the line that pools within a 50-foot buffer zone pose additional detriment to wetland resource areas, and we need them to be sited somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Joe?
And just to follow up here on your comment about the date of the spa that was put in, it seems like there was an error or oversight, human error, and it happens. But now that that wetland's been discovered, I really have a hard time permitting any more activity going to that area. I'd like to see the mitigation plan to include that patio area removed as well. I think that it should just be moved. I understand what happened at the time, but I just think let's right the wrong why we're doing this as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Don?
I just want to make one follow-up comment about the boring. That I did the boring myself, and there's top and subsoil down to about 32 inches, which is a loamy sand. Water will flow through it. And then below that, to where we found water, it was a dense silt loam. Most people would call it clay if they saw it. So, and that does become all mottled because it just holds the moisture. The water doesn't really go through it. When they do the excavation for the pool, they're going to be within that layer. So there's going to be very little water entering the hole. And typically you'll get a perched water on top of that type of soil, and it flows with the grade of the land. If we were in a bowl and we had a perched water table, then that would be a problem in the spring. But even if we were to dig in the spring, we are going to have some water perched on the top, but that water will run out, and probably after a few hours. And because it's so impervious, when the hole will see very little water. So there'll be very little dewatering, even in the spring, as long as we stay within those soil conditions.
Thank you, Don. Any other thoughts from commissioners before we go to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any public comment on this one?
Yes, you do. RJ Turcott from the Nantucket Land Council asked the question, has the applicant looked into above or partially above ground pool options as a reasonable alternative to avoid encroaching on high groundwater? And then continued, although the functions of the IVW are somewhat diminished, that is not a valid reason to build a pool on the site, which would impair this resource area significantly more than it is at present. And then Peter Devlin said separation will be 14 inches according to the application, not 2 feet. And that's it.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, so Brian, what would you guys like to do here?
I'd like to request a continuance, I guess for now, if we could just make that 2 weeks and then just assess where we're gonna move forward from there.
Okay, so this will continue until December 3rd then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And that moves us on to Norton at 24 Cambridge Street, also represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much.
I have to state that I am an absolute direct abutter to this property. And I want to disclose that before you get into it. So when you're reviewing the minutes, double check and make sure there was no bias comments on my part.
Thank you, Terry.
All right. So the proposed project, this property was subject to a 2015 order of conditions. Resource areas in play are land subject to flooding through portions of it. There's small fringing BVW to salt marsh across Little Neck Way, and then a kind of bordering vegetated wetland fringe around a salt marsh that's connected out to Hither Creek on the northwesterly portion of the site. So the 2015 order of conditions approved additions onto the existing structure, some of which were within the 50-foot buffer zone where a waiver was issued. There was a septic upgrade, a pool that was approved, and a relocation of a driveway off of North Cambridge, whereas previously it came off Little Neck Way. By the time an as-built was prepared, there was noted inconsistencies with the plan of record, specifically that the pool was constructed in a different location. Originally, it was kind of between the driveway and the 50-foot buffer zone north of the dwelling. It was constructed southwest of the dwelling. That was actually a higher topographic point on the property that did create more separation to high groundwater. There was some slight modifications to the layout to the driveway relocation. And then there was a deck that was ultimately expanded minimally. So this notice has been filed to bring everything back into compliance and seek after the fact approvals. And the pool fence that was installed minimally between the 50 and 25-foot buffer zone, kind of directly north of the pool. And so talking with conservation staff and the property owners, what we're proposing to do there is relocate that pool fence, push it outside the 50-foot buffer zone. And there will still be a small intrusion into the 50-foot buffer zone. And I don't know if you can see it too well in the image, but basically it's been minimized to a point that allows egress and access around the structure, where there's a deck that encroaches into the 50-foot buffer zone in that location. If the fence was entirely outside the 50-foot, there would be no means of getting around the structure. So we're proposing to keep a small portion within the 50-foot that was always been historically lawn, and then propose 1,400 square feet of buffer zone enhancement plantings as mitigation for that proposed pool fence. Portions of that occurred within the previously limited work and historic lawn areas. And I guess with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, was the deck that encroaches into the 50-foot buffer part of the 2015 notice of intent, or was that pre-existing?
It was not previously proved under 2015. So the expansion is new.
Thank you. I mean, that sort of frames what my next comment is going to be, because I obviously didn't weigh in on this application in 2015, but if I had, I would have voiced concern to the deck being in that area. I understand from a ease of access point of view, logistic simplicity point of view, why you're asking to keep that small portion of the pool fence within the 50-foot buffer, but I would like to see it relocated outside if possible, particularly because this is a after the fact, seeking after the fact approval when the pool could have been in the originally permitted location. And now it's probably a bit of a hassle, but you could have that fence intersect the deck and meet up with the side of the house with a doorway that was on the deck to maintain access and egress. Might be a little bit awkward, but it would remove the structural feature from the 50-foot buffer zone.
Looks like Jeff has a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to offer, if it's helpful, we do have the previously approved plan available if people would like to see it, so they can compare it to the one that's in front of them today.
That might be nice to show for us and for the public if we put it up.
And I also submitted some photographs that show the existing conditions and where we've trying to minimize that intrusion of the fence into the 50-foot. I think it paints a good picture of what we're trying to work with here. I think that last photograph maybe pretty telling. So we have the elevated deck expansion here. In my understanding that there isn't any support posts under there that extend into the 50-foot. It was somewhat cantilevered, but it does have that lattice that does extend down to the ground. But I think if that fence was to hug the deck, then I think outside the 50-foot, then you would need to add steps onto that deck to allow for that egress, and that would be within the 50-foot.
Looks like Seth has a follow-up question.
Yes, just to say that on the plan that was originally approved, the deck was not permitted to extend into that 50-foot buffer. It was built there without permit. I think the most beneficial thing to do would be remove the portion of the deck that hugs the side of the house to the west, have the fence outside the 50-foot buffer, and return to conditions that were permitted. I understand what you're saying. It's a minimum intrusion, and it is, a fence, not some type of other structure. But as permitted, all of these issues were resolved. And I hate to grant after the fact approval for structural elements in our 50-foot buffer when an already existing plan had them outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. I have to say, I kind of agree with you, Seth, and it's projects like this that really concerns me because, Brian, you come in and you're so responsible in your presentations, and we condition, all of our conditions and kind of give your projects the go ahead. And then whoever gets the plans, just does whatever they want, because that's what this kind of appears like. And I do agree that that kind of can't happen anymore, and that it needs to be removed. I'm also curious where we are with disturbance between the 25 and 50. And if kind of we've encroached too much on that at this point. No.
I can certainly give you those numbers. I think with the mitigation of revegetation area, I would presume that we'd still be above the 50% in land undisturbed, but we can certainly give you that number.
Thank you. It looks like Joe has a comment, and then Maureen.
So can I ask for the existing plan details that are on there now be put on this proposed plan? Because it seems like this has been cleaned a little bit. That doesn't show the septic, it doesn't show. And I was wondering, is the pool separation from the septic, was that approved by the Board of Health? Isn't that the 10 or 20 foot separation that needs to be done? So I'm just kind of curious. There's just seems like there's some information that was provided at first, and now it seems like the drawings have been kind of watered down a little bit.
Well, to answer the question about the septic, we can add that on the next plan when we calculate the disturbed area in the 25 and the 50, but this is a pressure dosing system. And one of the advantages of these systems is it only has to be 5 feet from a foundation.
Okay.
So I think the same rule applies to a pool, but I'll check that.
Thank you. Maureen?
Yes, and whether this goes to Don or Brian, but I want to say I agree with Seth's point about approving things that, excuse me, an as-built. I mean, moving the pool isn't some accidental thing. I mean, that was a big decision to move the pool from where it was on the approved plan to to what we're looking at as what has been built. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for the fact that they then also went ahead and went into the 50 and now have an issue with the pool fence and egress and the rest of it. It's a problem of their own making. And I don't think the wetlands buffers should pay for it. So I would not, I would agree with Seth that I believe that deck portion should be removed. And they should deal with the the issues they should deal with the issues they created, rather than us having to approve something within the 50, even though it's minor. I think people need to be responsible for making sure that what they have had approved is what is in fact built, especially when they're right on the edge of the 50. I just don't think that is a good way to manage a construction project, whoever was responsible for that. But I don't buy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Ian, I think you had your hand up.
I must have been smoothing the remaining hairs that I have because I didn't mean to have my hand up. Sorry.
Oh. No, I must have just seen you waving in the window.
Right.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Jeff, do we have anything from the public on this one? Quiet public?
Nothing on this one.
Okay. So Brian, what would you like to do? Would you like to continue for 2 weeks?
2 weeks, please. Yes.
Okay, so this will continue until December 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us on to Monomoy Creek Nominee Trust at 10 Monomoy Creek Road, represented by Brian Madden.
All right. For the record, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental. Hopefully an easy one for everyone. No waivers proposed. There's a new owner to this lot. This is where the restoration activity has previously taken place and is monitoring is ongoing. The new owner is proposing a pool, a small pool, 14 by 18, a spa, and some deck and patio reconfiguration and expansion. All that structural work is outside the 50-foot buffer zone. No work within the 25-foot. Well greater than 2-foot separation to high groundwater. Runoff from the patio and deck surfaces is going to be routed to a proposed subsurface infiltration system. And as I said previously, no waivers required for this project. Turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Oh, Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to add in, Brian didn't mention it. So we did conduct our regular site inspection on there. And before the question gets asked, I thought I would just address it. So we did go out and we looked pretty thoroughly through that restoration area again. All the plants seem to be in good health. All of the permanent markers that are supposed to be in are installed and are pretty obvious. And everything within that restoration area seems to be in compliance with that permit currently.
And I would just like that, I am under contract with the new owner to perform the monitoring activities for the 3 full growing seasons.
Thank you, Brian. You can definitely see the placement of that pool is very nice with their new vista view. So Seth, it looked like you had your hand up.
Yeah, this is for Jeff probably. Are the granite steps proposed that go from the pool down to that patio, is that considered a structural feature or no?
We typically haven't gone after those as structures before, but more as a landscape feature in kind of past practice with that. So hopefully that answers that question.
Good
And that's
question.
actually level, that, you know, they're not steps going down. It probably shouldn't be labeled steps, but that area around the pool is level.
Thank you, Don, for that clarification.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one? Okay. Do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Brian, what would you like to do?
We'd like to close, please.
Okay. Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
So motion made by Joe. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Aye.
Phillips, Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 14 North Road LLC at 14 North Road, also represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental Consultants. Proposed project before you involves a raise and rebuild of a single family home and appurtenances. Under existing conditions, which is the left plan view, the existing structure is mostly within the 50-foot buffer zone, partially within the 25-foot buffer zone, and at its closest point, 9 feet to the top of the coastal bank. The coastal bank is well vegetated and stable for the majority of its length up until around the staircase. There is a note for an area of washout in around where the bulkhead from the easterly abutting property angles off, and as you can expect, there's some end scour in that location. But otherwise, the remaining length of the coastal bank is well vegetated. So the proposed project before you is the right image that we're zooming in on. It's been designed to provide a long-term net benefit to the resource areas, and that is the waiver request that we're proposing. So to begin with, we're increasing our setbacks to the top of the coastal bank. We are eliminating all structural work, structural footprint within the 25-foot buffer zone. That's a reduction of 673 square feet within the 25-foot buffer. And we are proposing to do a reduction in the 50-foot buffer zone that cumulatively totals 549 square feet. And we've taken care to, for some proposed new aspects of the project, such as the pool, to site that outside of the 50-foot buffer zone. And we have proposed drainage from the structures. You can see the dry well proposed northeast of the dwelling. The topography slopes away from the resource area. So everything goes towards North Road to the south from the structure down. Majority of that work is outside of the commission's jurisdiction. But we feel as currently proposed, the project as designed will provide a long-term improvement over existing conditions. And I'll turn it over to questions at that point.
Thank you, Brian. questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the desire to move the house away from the coastal bank, especially if it's only 9 feet at one point. But to me, this doesn't really seem like a raise and rebuild. It sounds more like a raise, rebuild, and significantly add additional structural and other landscaping elements. I think that if you look at the area between the 25 and 50-foot buffer to the coastal bank, you know, just a rough calculation off the plan, probably 80+% of that buffer zone is being altered somehow. I think it's great that there will be nothing occurring in the 25-foot buffer zone here, but adding additional decks, additional pool spas, screen porches, patios. This represents, in my opinion, a significant structural expansion. I don't think rebuild is really a fair characterization of this project here. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. I think Mark had a comment and then Ian.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go one step further than Seth. This is an ideal situation where he could make it, make the whole property right and stay out of our jurisdiction. I would suggest that he build all his houses outside the 100-foot and not even come under our wing. I don't get this. Within 25 feet, I mean 50 feet is not good. But he has an opportunity to build it so it doesn't even come under our jurisdiction. And I think that's what he should do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ian?
Well, in splitting the difference between Mark and Seth, but I absolutely agree that it should be outside the 50. And I wish, I would say into Mark's comment, which I would certainly agree with, it looks as though it's so large that he wouldn't be able to squash it all outside the 100, but it absolutely should be outside the 50, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I have to say I agree with my fellow commissioners. When I saw this, I thought, wow, the property looks big enough to actually slide the structure completely out of the 50. And, you know, with sea level rise and climate change, I think that's what we really want homeowners to be doing and considering. So that's kind of my opinion there. I think Dave has a comment and then Maureen. Oh, Dave, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. Through Brian, through the chair, is there not a reason why it can't be moved south to the edge of the 50? It looks like a no-brainer that it would fit that very well.
Yeah, I can start to answer some of those questions. I feel others may have similar comments, but so the application wasn't proposed under the waiver request for reasonable alternatives or no adverse impact. It was specifically under an improvement over existing conditions, long-term net benefit. Pushing it outside the 50-foot, as I said previously, the slope descends in a southerly direction. And obviously anyone who's buying waterfront property is going to want the views in a reasonable context. Pushing it further downhill, so to speak, is going to cause the structure to increase vertically. And I know that's not necessarily under your purview, but from like an HCC's perspective, that does factor in. But comparatively, I would look at it as, you know, if this application was just to remodel the existing house within the existing footprint, you know, conceivably, even if we were to use that same footprint and relocate further to the south, the amount of disturbance I see is somewhat equitable between removing all that structural work and just rebuilding within the footprint as is, with no expansions per se. While it may look like there's a lot more going on out there from an impervious structural footprint, there is a reduction in the 50 foot. And we are eliminating that structural component in the 25 foot buffer zone, increasing those setbacks. So under those strict 3 bullets, it does provide a long-term net benefit. But I mean, we can certainly take a look at this and see what can be done to improve existing conditions beyond what's currently proposed, and the commission's comments are duly noted.
Thank you, Brian. Maureen, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, it's more of the same. But what this reminded me a little bit was when we were asked to, on the property on Easton Street, when we were asked to approve an additional dwelling, essentially because they were going to be removing existing structures within the 25, and then they wanted then put something new, I think within the 50. I may, but this to me, it's I don't see that gives permission, if you will, to. I don't see that it meets that performance standard that you cited, Brian. As I don't see that this is going to have the, when you compare what is happening here, what you're proposing to have happen here with the existing conditions, I don't see this as something that meets the performance standard. I just don't. And I'm also concerned about the overall level of development. And while I know this is it's hard for me to see. This is right. Where is where does the harbor starts? Let's see. There's the beach, and then I'm
Yeah.
Sorry that I'm having trouble seeing where's the really the beach, end of the beach per se. Which line is that?
Yeah, so the resource area is landward of the coastal bank. So we have, moderately steep coastal bank that's well vegetated. There's a coastal dune at the toe. That's somewhat equivalent to the beach grass limits before transitioning to a coastal beach. And then a little bit further to the north, there's the mean high water elevation. That's kind of where the harbor starts, so to speak.
Right.
Certainly, paid attention to the Easton Street project. I mean, I would say there's a lot of differences for this one in terms of resource areas in play. We're not in the flood zone. This is not a migrating coastal dune. This is a established, stable coastal bank. And we're certainly not subdividing the property. We can look at the scope and size of the proposed work activities on the closer end to the resource area, but this is not going to be a situation where there could be like drainage runoff towards the resource area. As I said previously, everything is sloping away. We are providing drainage to capture any runoff from the roof and deck patio areas.
Brian, go ahead, Maureen.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and I think Ashley, it was you who suggested this, the fact that this is, I mean, if excuse me, owning this property where you've got taking things out of the 25, I guess here would be advisable no matter, I would say, given the fact that you've got sea level rise and other things happening, that this is the existing house may well be something that you would have to worry about its ability to cling there, given the steepness of that bank and the possibilities, strong possibilities of sea level rise. So moving things out of the 25, which, you know, of course, I think is a good idea from a resource point of view. I think it would also be something that I think it would be sensible to do, even if the resource area rules weren't there. So I see that as a benefit, that it's frankly, it's something that I think one would want to do anyway. So I give it, I'm looking at what they want to do within the 50, and I just think I think it's too much, given the fact that you probably have to let go of the 25 in any event. I'm just trying to be realistic about how this is going to be going in the future. And if one were looking at this as something to have a structure that's going to be able to exist for as long as possible, you would definitely not be in the 25. And then, as someone else has mentioned, I personally think that it would just be much more advisable to move it as far back as possible so they can enjoy this for as long as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Mark had his hand up, and then Ian.
Yes, I just had a thought for my fellow commissioners. When you want to see what end scouring looks like, look one lot to the east on your aerial map or Google Earth. There'll be a peninsula beside, there is a peninsula beside this lot right now, sticking out. This lot is right across from First Point in our harbor. And right beside it is a peninsula working its way out. There's been substantial erosion on each side of that peninsula, but this is not before us tonight, obviously, but just for your information, if you want to look at it sometime, it's very interesting. Remarkable amount of end scouring.
Thank you, Mark.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. I had my Google Maps turned on.
No, it's always good perspective to look at those aerials. Ian?
I've just managed to lose my place, but so, I mean, first of all, Maureen's absolutely right that the existing house that they're going to raise is not entitled to statutory protection. It was built in 79, according to the GIS map. And secondly, when Brian talks about them wanting a view, as far as I can tell, the difference between moving it outside of the 50 as opposed to its current location is approximately 4 feet. And so I wouldn't have thought it would be a desperate sacrifice on the part of the applicants to move it outside of 50 feet. And basically that's what we require. And so I take a really dim view of them coming before us with a new structure that is, such a massive amount inside the 25. So, or in between the 25 and the 50. So thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners?
Guys have said it all.
Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because it's labeled on the plan, but it's kind of a unique situation that we haven't run into before. So when you guys are taking into consideration structural area, there's a below grade structure associated with this project, and it's labeled on the plan as the limit of below grade foundation that kind of connects the southerly portion with the northerly portion of the project. And some of it takes place within the hundreds. So it's lawn on top. So I think at some point the commission's going to have to contemplate, and we'll probably need to make a clear finding that, even though it's below grade and there's lawn on top, that it's still considered structure just because it's not structure in a traditional sense. Does that make sense to everybody? It's kind of quirky. And again, we don't see a lot of substantial below grade structures, and that ties into the light well and then the two window wells that are within jurisdiction as well, for what would be structural in jurisdiction.
Thank you for pointing that out, Jeff. So essentially we need to permit a tunnel sort of structure. Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah, I think there would be a finding at some point just to make it clear that the below grade structure covered with lawn is still considered structure. And I don't think they're contending that it's not, but just to get on the record that the commission considers that to be structural and not, necessarily a true vegetated structure or non-structural element. It just happens to have a lawn roof, I guess is the nice way to put it.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe?
So it sounds like we should probably get some architectural drawings, cross sections, elevations. I'm sure he's done some site modeling. It'd be great to get that as well with this packet.
Ryan, is that something you think you could provide?
I can certainly ask. Yep.
Awesome. Maureen?
I just had one more question, Brian. I meant to ask this before, the structure to the left of the house, is that another, it's not labeled on what I can see. Is that a guest house, or what is that structure, or a garage, or?
It's a wing. And so there is a connected
Oh, I see that. Okay.
hallway, kind of, so to speak. It's basically breaking up the larger mass of the existing structure and into two smaller structures and moving everything further away from the resource area.
Oh, okay. Well, now that makes sense to me, and that's why you'd need the light well, and that's why this would be, so this is the below grade part. Is that right then?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's,
Yeah, I didn't understand that. So I do think a view that lets us see all of that would be really necessary to make a good full determination on this.
Thank
So
you.
look forward to seeing that.
Joe?
So this is before the HDC, so there are architectural plans that we can get. I mean, the cabana was up today, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah, there's a shed cabana that was up today before the HDC, and then there was a landscape plan. So the main house must have already been seen by the HDC. So,
If I may,
Yes, Terry?
the main house, and I think it's the building other than what was up today, maybe it's guest house garage, were held. So they haven't been approved, but they are at the HUC and they were held. And so were the pool landscaping, and I think it's the shed at the end of the pool were held today, just FYI.
Thank you, Terry. Ian?
And please explain, through you, Madam Chair, explain how this has any bearing on how much they're putting in the building between the 25 and the 50?
Is that a question for Brian?
It's got nothing to do with it. And from my perspective.
I don't think I'm following your question clearly.
neither am I. What are you asking, Ian? One more time.
What I'm saying is, how does the design of the house have anything to do with its footprint between the 25 and the 50?
I'm asking for the cross section to understand the underground light well, the details of it. That was my point.
Okay. Thank you, Joseph. But it has no bearing on its footprint between the 25 and the 50, does it?
No, I definitely think it, yeah. I just want to understand the architecture and the amount of excavation that's going to happen within that So I think that's important to us. I think we should know that.
Thank you. That's a very good point, which I didn't fully understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ian. I think Seth had his hand up and then Dave.
Yeah, I think what Ian is saying is structure. But I think that the more information we have about this plan, including schematics and things, will help us inform our decision. But I agree, doesn't exactly matter what structure is in that area. It would be better to have structure outside of the buffer in the first place.
Thank you, Seth. Dave?
I think Ian's confusion, or not confusion, Ian, I'm sorry. Joe's question is, I think it refers to moving it south. What else is in that area that they're trying to say is a reason not to move it south, I guess. Your point, well taken. It doesn't have anything to do with between the 25 and 50.
Well, thank you, Dave, for the clarification. But, I do get confused very easily these days, it seems. So thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners before we look to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
We do not.
Okay. So Brian, what would you like to do with this one?
Continue for 2 weeks, please.
Okay, so this will continue until December 3rd.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to Medui 15 Capital LLC at 15 Medui Creek Road, and this is represented by David Haynes.
Good evening. Hopefully this will be an easy one. What you have, 15 Medui Creek, you'll probably remember that in August, we came in with a request for determination that asked for, it was a property transfer and they had to upgrade their septic system. And we asked for the permission to install an IA system in the septic system and keep the leach field where it was. The leach field, that was all approved. It was approved by the Board of Health. It was approved by the Conservation Commission. The new owner sees it as an opportunity at the same time to replace the IA, put in an IA component to the system, and to move the leach field outside of the buffer zone and expand it slightly. He has no intentions of expanding the house at this time. He would like to in the future. Possibly, and he sees it as an opportunity at this time, instead of just keeping the septic system the same size and inside of the 100-foot buffer zone, to move it outside of the buffer zone and to expand it slightly. Also, he's including in this, we're including in this work a proposed expansion, slight expansion of the existing Peastone driveway, and to establish a couple of parking areas, put up some landscape fencing along the edge of the driveway. There's some paths that are proposed that are shown on the plan as stippled. Thank you, Joe. And also to do some additional plantings around the house in the existing lawn. There are no waivers required for this. Oh, the site is within a mapped habitat for natural heritage, and the work in and around the house would be exempt because it's minor in nature and within existing lawn. The new septic system, leach field, and the proposed parking area are in a meadow area, undisturbed, well, annually mowed meadow area. And so we did submit to Natural Heritage. Natural Heritage reviewed it and had said it would have no adverse impact. There are no waivers required. We're well above 2 feet to the water table. We're outside of no structures, or in 50. A slight portion of the proposed driveway juts into the 50. It'll be a shell driveway, so no waivers are required. All other landscaping practices will continue as they currently do. And that basically is my presentation, and I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, is there any comment from the public on this one?
No, and you do have all of the required information for this as well.
Perfect. David, would you like to close?
I'd love to.
All right, is there a motion to close?
Move for approval.
So motion made by Mark, is there a second? Looks like seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much, and all of you have a happy and safe holiday, please. Thank
You
you.
as well.
Take care.
David.
So that moves us on to New England Development at 21 Old South Wharf, represented by Katie Barnacle.
The best name. Just the best name.
Oh, I think you're muted, Katie.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Katie Barnacle, Senior Wetland Scientist with AECom, representing NIR Retail LLC, care of New England Development tonight. And we filed a notice of intent for some renovations for Bar Yoshi, which is on Old South Wharf. If you're walking down Old South Wharf from New Wales Street, it's the second building on the right or on the southern side. And right now, Bar Yoshi only inhabits about half the building, and they would like to expand into the full building, but also to deal with some of the seating issues for COVID-19. They would like to take half of the building and make it three-sided seating. So outdoor seating with a roof. So basically keeping the same footprint, but taking down some walls and having like half walls. And this will help with the COVID-19 seating and help to keep Old South Wharf active and folks coming in and wanting to sit and eat. And there is seating areas outside. And on the northern side of the building, there's an existing wooden ramp and deck, and they would like to expand that across the length of the building, like 110 square feet. And use that for additional outside seating outside of the roofed area. That would just be wooden deck that sits on top of the wharf right now. It's within coastal floodplain. It's within the 100-foot buffer zone of the coastal bank. The coastal bank being the seawalls and the bulkheads around the Old South Wharf, and it's pretty much already altered out there. So outside of the footprint, there's only 110 square feet of alteration, and that would just be for the wooden deck. So we feel that this is a really good project and it meets all performance standards. No waivers are required or requested. And we request an order of conditions which would allow us to move forward on this work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where will the new deck be? I can't tell from the plan.
Can we zoom in on the plans? It's on the interior side of the wharf.
Oh, I do see it now.
Yeah, it's on the inside of the wharf.
Oh, I got you. Okay, it's all white, in other words. Yeah.
There's a plan view that might show that better.
I think, Mark, you see it. Is everybody else confident? Oh, here we go.
Oh, thanks, Joanne. The red is where work is happening, like the half walls will be remaining and portions of the walls will be removed. And there is a site plan view. Yeah, here, this view here shows the deck along the entire northern side of the building. Right now, it's about halfway across the existing deck. So we just want to continue it, which would allow for 3 additional tables out there
Thank you.
Which would be fantastic, you know, considering all the outdoor seating that people are looking for right now. And so that the left-hand side of the building would be that that covered open wall seating, and then there would be some interior seating, and then there's the kitchen and the bathrooms. And we're also making improvements for all the access points for ADA compliance.
Thank you. Ian?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Barnacle. Would a site visit include sushi appetizers? Suitably socially distanced, of course.
I insist on it, as long as I'm there.
Say the same thing. Next time we have a site viewing.
All for sale, huh?
A certificate of compliance.
Yes, sushi gets expensive, so we have to watch out that we don't meet that threshold.
Maybe shall I now bring out my turkey? I think it might be the right. Excuse me, may I have a comment?
Yes, Maureen.
Other than my turkey. No, Katie, this just looks great. It's so nice to see something really positive, and that I do think will be really helpful, because the more places that can be sustained, their neighbors have a better chance of being sustained as well. And this really seems to be a wise use of that space. And so I was glad to see this.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Joe?
I agree with Maureen's comments. I like that you're doing this. One comment after COVID's gone, it'll be a great thing to see and say. But please tell me you have a plan so the people that live here year round have a shoulder season, and you have some glass or windows to be able to go there on a cold October or even November day.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but you know, I would assume maybe for rainy days, even in the summer, that they would have, you know, those drop down plastic sheets. But I do not know the details of that. I could certainly get that information for you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, this is Mike Duffy with New England Development. Sorry, I'm also on the call. This is the application will be very similar to what happened at Lola, where it acts as a 3-season porch where there will be drop down either vinyl or in good weather, open air, and in inclement weather post COVID that'd be able to be closed. So definitely some heat in there, and
perfect
indoor outdoor, which is good.
Great. Thank you for that information.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
Nope, and you do have all of the required information for this one as well.
Perfect. Would you guys like to close tonight?
Please, thank you.
Is there? Ian, were you making the motion, or did you have a comment?
I'm making the motion, but I think Joseph just pinched me at the post.
I
You want sushi?
I'm sorry.
So Joe got the motion. Ian, do you want the second?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. And that moves us on to Halil and Padir at 69.5 Cliff Road. And I know Joe is recused on this one. And it's represented by Don Bracken.
Okay, Don Bracken representing the applicant. Pretty straightforward project. This is just north of the 71 Cliff Road that you reviewed earlier. We're showing the same wetland boundary, which is off-site to the east. The amount of work we're doing is between the 50 and the 100. There's nothing proposed within the 50. It's proposed to relocate the existing driveway that it almost butts up against the house, relocate that to the south and reconfigure it. to allow easier access in and easier access out. A portion of the existing gravel, we'll call it a road, even though this is the end, it's more like a driveway, will still remain. When we move the driveway, we're going to be locating it over an existing sewer pump system that's pretty old and outdated. So we're going to replace that as well with a heavy duty concrete manhole type system. There's going to be a proposed porch along the east side of the building facing the road. Just clips within the 100-foot boundary or buffer zone. We're proposing to install a infiltration system to handle the runoff from that porch. There's some other work outside the 100-foot buffer that's also shown on the plan. And as you can see, we're also proposing some subsurface infiltration for the new roof areas outside the buffer, controlling pretty much all the runoff on the site. And the driveway will be pervious as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Don. It looks like Mark has a question.
Don, I'm not seeing the pool.
Yeah. Well, if I showed a pool, Brian Madden would be here, not me. I take the easy ones.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this?
Yes, we do. Just one from Ethan Griffin, who sent it in earlier, and he said that he appreciates the inclusion of the on-site runoff controls.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's it.
So do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, you do.
All right, Don, would you like to? Oh,
real quickly, last public comment, I promise, is Karen Padir, who was commenting earlier, who's the owner here, has said, we have no interest in ever putting in a pool. So.
Thank you.
Even on the roof, huh?
Are they willing to put that as a condition on their deed? You know, file that. That would be nice.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Easy, Maureen.
I know.
That's a big ask.
And it's 8:02, so we don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now.
No. That was just the turkey talking again.
All right, so Seth?
I move to approve.
Motion to close.
Yes, motion to close.
Motion to close, sorry.
Is there a second? Is that seconded by Dave? So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries with Commissioner Topham recused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And that moves us on to Weisenberger at 84 Pocomo Road, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight with a notice of intent application to install sand drift fencing along the toe of Coastal Bank, along the interface with the beach. And this property, I know you're all familiar with. We've been in front of you for permitting of some residential redevelopment on the upland portion of the property. There are an existing fiber roll array on this property underneath the beach stairs, and much of this stretch of beach has drift fencing along it. And this is essentially one of the only gap areas. And the owners would like to discourage activity, dogs and pedestrians up on top of the nourishment material and the bank. It seems to be that the only spot that is as an opening, it's that they're noticing there seems to be a lot of whether it's attractive for whatever reason, and they don't discourage or stop the public from using the beach or traversing along there even above mean high water. So they're hopeful that by providing a separation distance between the existing array and the bottom of the fence, that the commission would not consider this to be a coastal engineering structure, understanding your past practice or unwritten policy, I guess, of an assemblage of materials when we combine the fiber roll array with the fencing, that has been past discussion. So the idea here is that you can see on the plan, the fence wouldn't go right up against the array. The intention is not for the posts to try to support and provide additional support. It would be nice if the drift fence did accumulate windblown sand, in certain seasons, and as well as we said, discourage that activity and close the gap, if you will, along that entire stretch. They've been keeping up with with the maintenance of the nourishment as far as the rolls remain covered, and I think with that would be the access would be from Pocomo Point. It'd be a fairly short duration install. It's about 100 feet of fence, and we would construct the panels off site and just bring them down there on a set of forks and essentially screw them onto the posts. And that's the project that's before you tonight.
Thank you, Art. Questions or comments from commissioners? So I know I have one, Art. So normally when they're recovering the rolls, I've noticed them go from like the front. So if they have the drift fencing in front of the rolls, how are they going to easily maintain sand cover on them?
Sure. So they would use a front end loader to lift over and dump the sand. So the bucket would be able to, the distance there is, approximately 6 feet or so. So it's something that the machine would be able to do. If in a situation where we had, an exceptional loss of sand that went to a higher level, then it may require, an excavator that could reach up and place that sand. But for your, what I would call routine nourishment that we've been seeing on this project that I've been monitoring the last couple of years, it's basically a triangle of sand that sits at the bottom that maybe goes up 4 feet or so, and that's what they're filling back in. So I wouldn't see a problem with doing that with a rubber tired front end loader.
Thank you.
I may also, if I could add, the one other thing, is that the other alternative, would be to try to install just regular snow fencing, if you will, to serve this, purpose. But I think, as we all know, it doesn't hold up well to the higher tides, and they don't want to see, materials be lost. And we have found that the drift fences, hold up to both the tides and the ice, but you do get some ice up in there as well, occasionally. So that's just another reason that, in terms of alternatives analysis, that we considered that this really would be a preferred solution.
Thank you, Art. I know I am uncomfortable with this, I have to admit. And I'm just flashing back to Ernie Steinhauer and really his thoughts on assemblage of materials and coastal engineering structures versus not. And I think for me to put in essentially a second coastal stabilization structure in front of what was supposed to be a more naturalized structure just seems unfortunate. And I'm wondering if it's an issue with pedestrians and people walking on the stabilized bank. If this homeowner has thought about putting like thoughtful signage up saying, this is a dune restoration, or not dune, this is a bank restoration project, please stay off, and really kind of educate the public first before kind of putting another hardened structure up there.
I can raise that But they did mention dogs to me. I'm not saying that dogs are running. They did mention that as well. So
Thank you. I know what I noticed a lot in the Pocomo area also seems like deer just going up and down. So I think they could be kind of mixing those two as well. But there are a lot of bad dog owners. So, Seth?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the number one thing this will do is make a visual and physical impediment to people going up onto that bank. It's not going to do anything to prevent wildlife, obviously, from going up. Deer will just jump over it. I mean, it will probably be effective for dogs as well. So there's, yeah, I mean, I think there's some benefit from trying to protect the coastal stabilization with the fiber rules that's been put in place. I tend to, want to believe that you can put tasteful signage up and people will read it, but I think realistically, people aren't going to care about a sign. I don't really particularly like to see this type of project go in, but I think it protects the resource, in a way that the sign is probably not going to do.
So I guess here's my question about that then. If every coastal homeowner came in and said, oh, people are walking up above the high tide line, we want to put this sort of fencing in to prevent it, I think I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with that. Since it's not truly to stabilize the bank as it's already stabilized. Art, it looked like you were going to try and speak to that.
yeah, I think that actually gets to the point that because it's not going right up against the fiber rules, and as you said, it's not being put in as a stabilization feature, that it really doesn't have to be considered as a combined assemblage of materials and therefore a coastal engineering structure. And the one other thing I thought that might be helpful is in your in the filing and in your packet is an aerial of this shoreline, and perhaps just a quick look at that. If it would be okay, I happen to have it on my other screen. I could share it. It's directly from the packet.
Yes, Art, why don't you go ahead and share it?
So that's this is, I think it's a 2018 aerial, but as you can see, this entire shoreline has this fencing, and this is the only gap. So I think that in terms of considering why this would be a different situation, not setting precedent, not someone coming in and saying we want the posts right up against the rolls and everything together. You have a situation where such a long stretch of fence on all the abutting properties with this 100-foot missing piece, if you would, as well as that it wouldn't go right up against it. And for those reasons, I think that you could consider this to be a specific case and not one that would be applied to all other sites.
Thank you, Art.
Sure.
Any Seth that looked like had his hand up, and then Mark and Ian.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just been following the discussion, and actually I do agree with you that, the reason why we permit fiber arrays or those more soft structures is to protect the bank and hopefully restore them. And I think it's not suitable for every single property owner to come in and put this fencing in front of that. I think it sort of defeats the purpose. I mean, the sand drift fencing is gonna hopefully collect sand and push sand up into the bank and stabilize it as well. I think in other areas, I would be very hesitant to see this type of project go forward. But in this part of Pocomo, as shown on the aerial, I think it's sort of already existing across the other properties. And I think there's a area kind of like in the jetties cliff area that has a similar situation. So it's tough because I don't necessarily, like to see those structures on the beach, but when it ties into an existing array, I guess I'm more prone to see it put in place than in other areas.
Thank you, Seth. Mark and then Ian.
Yes, question for Art, I think. Do the other structures along the Pocomo shore have these fiber rolls in front of their, or are they behind their fencing?
They do not.
And those, I know those fences do work, 'cause I go by there a lot from our Pulpus place, and they do collect sand, but I'm not sure I like having two. It's a tough one, Art.
Yeah, and I think this is one where we would really have to make a clear finding why this is not a coastal engineering structure, when in the past we have said that these materials are coastal engineering structures. And I realize there's a gap between them, but I think we'll really have to specifically call out that reasoning. And again, I'm uncomfortable with this one. Mark?
Why couldn't we call it a coastal engineering project? What's wrong with that?
Is this a pre-78 house?
Oh.
No, so it wouldn't qualify.
Gotcha.
Ian, I think, had his hand up, and then back to Seth.
Well, so I did, and Mark asked exactly the question I was going to ask. And so under the circumstances, I'm sure they don't want to remove the fiber rolls, which would then allow it to qualify for the sand drift fences under our regulations. So, so without denigrating the application at all, how about an electric fence to keep the dogs away?
Get some.
37 volts, 12,000 amps. They won't be going up that bluff again, I can guarantee it.
I feel like you might end up with a bunch of like shocked seagulls sitting there.
Hot dogs.
When I think back of the hours my brother and I rolled down those bluffs, dragging sand as a 10 and 12-year-old.
It was fun, wasn't it?
But now we know better, and that causes erosion, because I remember going down some of the cliffs on Off Cliff Road too, as a kid. Pretty dangerous too.
Madam Chair, if I just want to say to Art that I'm not unsympathetic to your application, Art, but I do see that our regulations box us into a certain, I think from my point of view, denying it. So.
Understood.
Any other thoughts, Maureen, and then Seth?
Yeah, what I was thinking about was the fact that given that the rest of the properties have this fence, this is almost like, oh, people are walking along. It's like, oh, here's the opening and here's where we can go up. And then that has impacts on that bank there. People, unfortunately, not everyone has learned their lessons. And so I would want to give some thought to the fact that there is a value to restraining or discouraging, discouraging people and their dogs from, going up, using this as the entree, because it really is, these other fences have really put a kind of welcome sign out in front of this property owner's place. And that that also can cause damage to the resource area. So, so I'm, I am not, flat out against this. I think it is a unique situation, and maybe there's a way to condition it so we're not, giving a guidebook how to add, dune fencing, to what you already have, because that's clearly, I don't think that's the intent of the property owner. And I guess the real question is, forgetting their intent, is this necessarily going to operate as a coastal engineering structure if it is in fact, moved away from the rolls? And I guess then that just leads me to a question for Art, if I may. Art, if there were, I see that they're putting their fence, exact same level as everybody else's, as we saw in that photograph. It would be, and that gives the distance between that fence and the rolls of how much of a distance is it?
It'd probably be about 6 feet. It varies a little bit with exactly where the toe of the nourishment material is.
Right. But so it's do we have an idea of like what kind of distance we would feel was adequate for this not to, with the conjunction of the materials, to become a coastal engineering structure? And maybe now I've gotten this to be a question for Jeff. I mean, but I doubt there's some rule or anywhere, but what do you think, Jeff? How much difference does it make in having that 6 feet away? And how this would operate as a coastal engineering structure?
Jeff, do you want to take that?
I mean, I think that's kind of the crux of the issue here for you guys, is whether or not it is. I mean, you're going to have a very clear finding on whether or not that distance separation, constitutes two separate structures, or, combined, one total structure. And I think you're going to have to contemplate the idea of how the sand drift fencing may be impacting the functionality of the core rolls, and what they're contributing and what they're not contributing, and how those interact. And if you feel like those two are interacting in tandem, would probably put you down the path. I mean, historically speaking, fiber rolls or sand-filled tubes, or any of the structures that have gone in the bank with sand drift fencing in front of it, has been considered by the commission to be a coastal engineering structure. So I tend to agree, if it's something you guys are going to entertain, there's going to have to be a very clear set of findings to make it as such. Or I don't want to sound threatening by saying this, I guarantee you'll see sand drift fencing creeping out the beach in other areas that people want to try it, at least application wise, because that's just what people do. So again, I don't envy the discussion or the decision, but I think you guys need to kind of bear that out fully.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's the purpose of the fence as well, because if it's not serving to protect the bank, then we wouldn't allow structure on the beach like this. If its purpose is just to block traffic, that's not something we normally would permit these fences for. So I don't want to keep hammering my point home, but I am uncomfortable with this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ian, and I know Dave had his hand up as well.
Well, I've stated my position clearly, but I also was under the impression, and I guess this is to Art through you, Madam Chair, that that there's permanent stairs there. So we're not talking about people clambering up 40 feet of cliff and fiber road. We're talking about them sunbathing at the bottom of this, or their dogs being a nuisance. Correct me if I'm wrong, Art. We're not talking about people clambering up rather than using the stairs. Are we?
Art, do you have a response?
Sure. My understanding is that it is certainly, as you say, not all the way to the top of this tall bank, but
Right.
as there is soft sand because we're placing nourishment, and it's the only gap in the fence. And it seems to be people are going up 6, 8, 12 feet and destabilizing that sand in that area. I don't know if I would go so far as to call it an attractive nuisance, but it seems to be at the spot that is, getting, walked on and, attracted for probably just that reason, that it is actually accessible. Perhaps people are walking a long stretch of the beach and, but to your point exactly, it's not all the way, but there simply is activity on that portion of the beach. And just if I may, while I'm speaking to the coastal engineering point, I do believe, at least every application that I can think of, when it was an assemblage of materials, and I know I've proposed this, where the posts, both with when we were doing sand-filled quad tubes as well as certain applications to stabilize the fiber rolls, the posts were put in such a way to be right up against it to try to provide that structural support, and that's not the case here. So I won't beat that home, but I did want to clarify that all the other ones that it wasn't a direct interaction of the materials.
So, Madam Chair, may I propose an alternative, just plain, sand drift fencing that would not be as, excuse me, as rigid as the neighbors, but would help keep out this nuisance activity, and at the same time wouldn't qualify as a coastal engineering structure under our definition. Excuse me.
Sure. I think Art kind of said that at the beginning, that they would maybe do like the typical beach fencing, but it just doesn't hold up as well. Am I correct?
Yeah, is that if that's what I was going to say? You're referring to snow fencing, the wire supported.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, it'll keep the nuisance people away.
I suggest against that. I suggest against that. My feeling in this situation with the tides that I see that come up at that height is that it ends up in the harbor. It ends up further down the beach. And I think that your interests are better served with a fence that doesn't get, damaged. The problem that we found over the years, and, that fence could be quite effective in helping to build dunes when you get just beyond the action of water or waves and tide. But because you have no rigidity there with that kind of wire, and depending on, and we don't want to put metal posts in, we've learned, to support it. So you're putting the best way to support those fences, in my opinion, is with 2x2 oak posts. But they still, when acted upon by, the wave or water forces, without that rigidity, they get ripped apart and you can't really, maintain them.
No, I take your point, Art, but in terms of a compromise, that they put it up in May and then take it down in September, if, I guess that's my suggestion.
Okay.
No, Dave had a comment.
No, I'm good. I was going to speak about the stairs and about a little bit of the history, what Art had covered. In the past, we had issues with the posts being right at the toe of the core bags and such, where it would be combined as a structural component. And you guys covered all that. You're good.
Thank you, Dave. Art, just another kind of follow up to the signage thing. If people are truly going 6 or 8 feet up that bank and kind of screwing around up there, I feel like they need signage that says, no trespassing, you are on camera, and get a trail camera up there, because 6 or 8 feet up that bank for humans to be doing that, I mean, that's just such a clear property trespass that I would think the homeowner would maybe want to get a little bit more serious.
I think there'd be a lot of people on Nantucket that would not want to do that. And then that'll back next thing someone else is calling them out for putting no trespassing on their beach. That's a double-edged sword on Nantucket right there. I could never recommend that to my client.
Up on the bank to tell them not to go up there?
Well, I think your suggestion definitely will convey that in terms of bank restoration, but going to the strong sort of no trespassing and keep off or you're on camera. Look, every owner is different in how they may feel about that, but I think the tradition and history of Nantucket, that may not be very well received.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Art. I have to disagree with you, Ashley. Although a polite sign, I've always felt that polite signs are worth their weight in gold, but you can always booby trap them too. But
All right, Joe.
Art, I feel for your client, but I was wondering just to try a sample of 4x4s, let's just say, and then maybe rope in between it and maybe plate sign, excuse me. Just for this first round, let's just see if that works. Then if it doesn't, then I say, come back again. I think but I think that there should be some plate signage that, this is a restoration project, etc. Something for people to kind of acknowledge what's going on there. And I'd like to see this gentler pass at it first, then come back to say, that didn't work, can we go to this next step? That's my perspective. Thanks.
Madam Chair, it is getting late. If you want to take public comment, and I'll take all of the comments that I receive from you, and I will request a continuance and discuss this with the owners.
Thank you, Art. Jeff, do we have public comment at this point?
We do not.
Okay. So has everybody got their final thoughts to Art? Looks like yes. So Art, do you want to continue for 2 weeks?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this will continue until December 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us on to 5 Sherburne Way LLC at 5 Sherburne Way, also represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight with a notice of intent for a residential redevelopment project. And so this is the property that we were before you maybe a couple months ago or a few months ago, related to the beach stairs and the asphalt path. And there's a older house at the top of the bank. And this is again a stable vegetated coastal bank that's not actively eroding. And we're proposing to remove the existing structure. You can see on the plan before you, shown in blue, is the top of the coastal bank. The green line is almost coincident with the 25-foot buffer zone, which would be the limit of work and no disturb within the 25-foot buffer zone. There's a portion of the existing structure that exists within the between the 25 and the 50-foot buffer zone. And then the next 2 red lines being the 50 and 100-foot buffers. We would remove the existing dwelling in its entirety. All portions of the foundation be disposed of off-site, and then a new structure would be constructed further away from the coaster bank, with less square footage between the 25 and the 50-foot buffer zone, we believe represents an overall net benefit through that reduction. I've shown the square footage on the plan that details that we would be removing approximately 1,120 square feet and proposing approximately 430 square feet for a reduction of 690 square feet of structure. And again, we believe in this situation that there's no adverse impacts or effects to the interest protected by the commission from this application, and that the reduction represents a further net benefit. The property also is served by town water and sewer. And I'd be happy to try to address questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like Mark and then Maureen.
Or the little hash marks are the ones that's being removed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're still building within the 50 foot, aren't you?
That's correct. Approximately 430 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Maureen?
Yeah, let me just try to get back to the, oh, come on, stupid thing, to the map. Yeah, I guess that was my concern as well, that the existing structure certainly has more within the 50 than the new, but as we've been talking, I feel like we've been talking about this all night. What would be the issue with moving the new structure out of the 50? Because it's got, I see it has this kind of area that juts out a bit, if that's right. And so I'm just, why is it necessary to have that part that is in the 50? Is there some issue there?
It's part of the architectural design.
Okay. So conceivably, it could be changed, one guesses then. Okay.
Sure. I mean, anything, is,
Yeah.
is possible. I would say that I believe in that this is, consistent with past practice. We're not 1 square foot less. We're trying to come in, I think, with a significant reduction, not trying to, really push it. And this is sort of the design that they've come up with. And I know you had this discussion on some other applications. I would see this one as a little bit different, given that I think we always have to go back to the resource areas that we are within the buffer zone to. In this particular case, on the top of a stable, non-eroding coastal bank that is on to the east and west, there's existing highly developed residential properties. Is there really in terms of the basis for the decision making, a adverse impact on the protected interests as a result of allowing the structure to be within this zone in a way that reduces what's already there? And I don't believe of any of the protected interests that this would have a negative effect on them within the coastal bank.
Thank you, Art. Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Well,
Ian?
yes, I take Art's point because, looking at the aerials, it is different, but I would prefer that it was pulled outside of the 50 for consistency, and I think consistency is important. And there certainly seems to be enough room for them to do that and still have what they would like architecturally.
Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Art.
Seth? And then, yeah, Seth?
I'll be brief, but I also agree. I think there is room to put it out of the 50. I think this project is different than what we heard earlier. It's more of a, raise and rebuild with a similar footprint, but these projects all provide ample opportunities to not only redevelop the property, but sort of remediate some of the issues with intrusion into wetland buffers. So if we can get it outside the 50 and get it into compliance with the rest of the regulations, that would be ideal.
Thank you, Seth. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
We do not.
Okay. Art, what would you like to do with this one?
I guess I'm not 100% clear where I know this is I guess I would continue and, discuss it with the clients and see what kind of adjustments that they might be willing to make here. So why don't we continue it for 2 weeks, please?
Okay, thank you, Art. So this will continue until December 3rd.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to amended order of conditions. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be read as letters or a word, but I'm going to read it as a word. So Camadif LLC at 32 Dukes Road. And this is represented by Jeff Blackwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've done as well as I've ever done with that pronunciation. I was preparing to submit a request for a certificate of compliance, and I noticed that a landscape wall about 2.5 feet tall, just southerly of the pool, had been constructed. The wall is about 73 feet away from the wetland that's situated on the neighboring property. So I consulted with staff, and I filed this request for an amendment so that the permit could be brought into conformance with the conditions on the ground, and then we can move on to file for a certificate of compliance once the appeal period has expired for the amendment that I'm hoping to obtain tonight. So it's a landscape retaining wall. It's about 2.5 feet tall, and it's within an otherwise landscaped area.
Thank you, Jeff. There any questions from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve the amended order?
Also move.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks very much, all.
And that moves us on to minor modifications. We have Cressman at 3 Walwinet Road, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you tonight on this property, which is if you're heading out Walwinet Road, sort of that first property on the right. And we've been before you in the last couple of years as it's been subject to residential development. And as they've refined their plans, they would like to modify the footprint of the addition. And what you can see in red is what had been previously approved, and in green is the modified addition. As you can see, it's no closer to the wetland than what was previously approved. It's just slightly reconfigured. There is expanded area, sort of an infill, I guess I would call it, but it's on the opposite side of the resource area from what was previously approved. And this is outside of the 50-foot buffer zone in its entirety. And then they're also proposing a patio, dry lead patio within the 100-foot, between the 50 and 100-foot buffer zone.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? And if not, is there a motion to approve the minor mod?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Vandenborn at 135 Walwinet Road, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is the project. We're out just north of the Walwinet Inn, and that's been under construction for a bit of time. This is a little bit of a bounce back and forth, where we had a approval from the commission for a walkway, essentially where we're proposing it tonight, and we had come in for a modification. The owner had wanted it to the south to come off of the other corner. And I'm not sure if it's part of, the final design through HTC or whatnot, but they really want the walkway to come to, and the steps to be in the center of the facade that faces to the west. And so we are asking to revert back to the approval that we had before we modified the approval. And this is a fiber grate elevated walkway with helical anchor supports.
Thank you, Art. Sounds like a 2 steps forward and 1 step back situation.
It's been a long project.
Yeah. Are there any questions from commissioners? And if not, is there a motion to approve the minor mod? It looks like motion made by Joe, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Art.
Thank you.
And that moves us to Robert Furtick, trustee at 26 Westchester Street, represented by Brian Madden.
Hi again, Brian Madden from LEC. So this project was recently approved by the commission. And one of the conditions that was included was to come back to the commission, file a minor mod for a new planting plan. And if you remember, we were proposing and got approval to do some knotweed management along the perimeter of the back property. And we had originally proposed just kind of just a line of American holly. And the discussion feedback we got from the commission, we want something a little bit more diverse and robust. So here's the planting plan that we've submitted that still has some American holly proposed, but in combination with eastern red cedar, bayberry, inkberry, and sweet pepper bush, and that expands that vegetated buffer. That's it.
Thank you, Brian. Love seeing those native plant combinations. Seth?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'd like to compliment this planting plan. You picked out some of the most beautiful and best workhorses of the wetland plant regimen. So those are plants that are gonna look great and survive well in that area. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm thinking so many berries for birds. So if there aren't any questions from commissioners, is there a motion to approve the minor mod?
Move.
I think Mark got the motion on that, and I'll give the second to you, Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And that moves us to Kristen Engel, trustee at 90 Pocomo Road, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. On behalf of the applicant, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors, this is a minor modification request for 90 Pocomo Road, which many of you know as the former Gamble residence. We sought some years back notice of intent to relocate the main dwelling further away from the coastal bank. And at that time, we had a complete landscape plan that was approved with that application. Within this minor modification, we're looking to insert the plan that you have in front of you as the proposed landscape plan. And in doing so, the pool that you see, which is in blue on the plan in front of you, was originally approved parallel to the house, and approximately 60% or 70% of that pool was within the 100-foot buffer. We've rotated the pool in the location that you see. It's now completely outside the 100-foot buffer, and the only thing that remains within the 100 is a small spa that you also see as the blue dot there, or the blue circle. All the other improvements were moved outside the 50, and the essential development plan stays the same. The building has been moved, and it's in its resting place at the present time. New septic system has been installed, and we are now starting with the landscaping on the project. The pool itself is located down gradient of the coastal bank, and we're not adjacent to any bordering vegetated wetland, so pool draining and the issues that come with the pools should not be an issue in this case. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions or comments, Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paul. I don't see any detail on the plant species here on the landscaping plan. It just says shrubs or existing vegetation or grasses. So just making sure the area between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer is using all native species.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty extensive landscape set that I can include that I will send along to the commission then. But there's a full, this is only the one sheet because it dealt with the pool specifically, but there's a full set of details for the entire program. So, and I'm happy to submit, I was happy to submit the whole set as part of the minor mod.
Thank you. That would be great. Are there any other questions from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve the minor mod? A motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And that moves us on to certificates of compliance. We have BFP Properties LP at 13 Easton Street, represented by Art or staff. I don't know who's going to take this, Art.
I think that one, I did the plan and it was requested by Vaughn-Dale Hunter, but staff has some questions, so we would ask that this one get held over. BFP, is that make sure I didn't confuse the two of them. 13 Easton should be held over and 9 Willard should go forward.
Yes, so this is 13 Easton. So are we continuing for 2 weeks then?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this will continue until December 3rd, and that'll move us on to Bel Air Nominee Trust at 9 Willard Street, represented by Art.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is a project for construction. Essentially, this was another residential redevelopment project down in the Brant Point area within land subject to coastal storm flowage, as well as the buffer zone to a vegetated wetland. And the work was completed in substantial compliance. You could see the spot elevations on the plan that demonstrate that there was not fill put in on the site.
Thank you, Art. Jeff, has staff been out to look at this one?
Yes, we have, and we would agree that it's in compliance and we recommend the issuance of the certificate of compliance.
Okay. All right. So a motion made by Joe. Is there a second? I don't know who you guys are. Some of you are pointing at me. Maureen?
Maureen's to my left. I don't know if that works.
Maureen to my right.
Work because you were pointing at me so on my screen. So Maureen gets the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank
And
you.
that moves us on, thank you, Art, to Houlihan Swift Rock LLC at 28 Swift Rock Road, represented by Don Bracken. Or maybe,
I think Don bailed off. So this was for the residential development of the property that's there. And upon our site inspection, we would agree that the project was constructed in compliance with the regulations. And one second, let me just bring up the thing I'm looking for on my screen. Sorry, I got a little ahead and behind myself. And are recommending that the conditions 19, 20, and 20, 19, 20, 21, and 22 be listed as ongoing conditions because 19, 20, and 22 kind of deal with the pool And then the photographic monitoring is condition number 21.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions for Jeff? And if not, is there a motion to issue with ongoing conditions 19, 20, 21, and 22?
So moved.
So motion made by Beal. Is there a second? Seconded by Topham. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, Golding. I'm slowing down right now. So Golding.
Aye.
I thought I was gonna miss myself on that round, and instead I missed you. It's getting late. All right, so that moves us on to orders of conditions. Jeff emailed these out earlier, so hopefully everybody got them. And I believe we'll begin with Peter E. Hale and Carolyn B. Lamb at 24 Pilgrim Road.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me get caught up here too. Was too busy looking at the some other things. This was Leo Asadorian's project from earlier tonight for some of that work. So the only conditions that I had included involved kind of monitoring for the restoration area that needed to be done on the southern part of the locus, and including that condition that if any invasive species is found within those areas, it's to be removed. And then filing for the partial certificate of compliance upon initial planting, permanent markers, and then just prevent it in case it happens that any debris shall be removed from those native vegetation areas. Other than that, I didn't really have too much.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any thoughts or comments from commissioners? Ian?
Do we need any failure criteria for the restoration area, or is it too minimal to worry?
It's pretty small. I think if we're doing the photo monitoring, if we see anything, we can always have them come back in.
That's a good question, Ian. Any other questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to approve as drafted?
Moved.
I think Ian got you on that. I'll give you the second, Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
She's such a strict chair, isn't she, Joseph?
Yeah, sure.
Especially now, I'm tired now. I can't remember. Did we close 71 Cliff Road?
Yes, you did.
All right, so we're moving on to 71 R Cliff Road, and that's for George Balboa,
And I'm recused.
and Joe Topham's recused. All right, are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Seth?
I believe we wanted to add a condition requiring that construction vehicles not be permitted to park in the public way.
Yes, we did.
So I actually was typing that while we were getting ready. So I've added a condition 19 that all construction vehicles are to park on site and not within the public way.
Perfect.
Is it a public way?
That's a good question. Or not within the, why don't I put not within
The road layout.
Traveled way.
the travel way.
I think it was listed as private on the plan.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely not a public road. I can't imagine the town would have taken that road.
Was there a pool discharge issue, or are my notes haywire?
There was.
We were gonna make a water discharge in general to
Oh.
be roof and pool, since we can't condition the pool.
Because it's outside of 100 feet.
Yeah,
But were we going to say that any pool discharge cannot impose on our jurisdiction?
yeah, I think Jeff was gonna go broader and try and hit the roof runoff at the same time to not
Right.
call out the pool specifically.
Hmm.
He's crafty with words, so I
All right,
imagine he can do it.
For sure, name the pool
So I'll go with a condition 20 that all water generated from on-site sources shall be infiltrated or not be allowed to leave the locus.
though. I would suggest including the pool. Just because.
All right, I'll put that from on-site sources, including the pool.
Thank you.
Can you read that out again, Jeff?
So it says all water generated from on-site sources, including the pool, shall be infiltrated or not be allowed to leave the locus.
But I'm not sure that makes sense for the pool. You don't want it to actually intrude on the locus. Or
Well, you
Yeah,
don't want it to.
All right, so one at a time. I know Seth had his hand up. Ian, do you have a question you want to ask of Jeff before I give it to Seth?
thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused for the third, fifth, or 10th time this evening. So
Again?
It's 9 o'clock. We're all about to start getting confused. I know I'm hitting that point. So
So the pool is outside our jurisdiction. We don't want any discharge to come within our jurisdiction.
Correct.
Right. So does that wording cover that? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff.
I believe it does.
Okay.
Seth, you had a comment or a motion or a question or something?
Yeah, it's the same. If Jeff thinks locus is a feasible word to use in that scenario, that's fine. But to me, it sounds like we needed to say all water must be infiltrated outside of the 100-foot buffer to the vegetated wetlands. But I'll defer to staff on that.
I think it's wiser to leave that because that way, if there is, water that, as weird as it is to say, when it hits a pervious surface like the driveway, they're not having to try to move it to an area outside of jurisdiction. I'm just trying to enable them to be successful and accomplish what we need them to accomplish.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other comments or questions? And if not, is there a motion to approve as amended? Motion made by Dave, seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Okay, so that carries unanimously with Commissioner Topham recused. And that moves us on to 56 Monomoy Nominee Trust, at 56 Monomoy Road.
Sorry about that. So this was for the kind of residential redevelopment on 56 Monomoy Road, for some alterations to the existing dwelling and redoing the driveway. There are no waivers requested, and I couldn't really think of any conditions for this project.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions or comments for Jeff? If not, is there a motion to approve as drafted?
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Popham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Lost these orders. That moves us on to 10 Monomoy Creek Road, which is 10 Monomoy Creek Nominee Trust.
Yes. So this was for the project for the pool and spa at 10 Monomoy Creek Road. So I have kind of our new standard pool conditions. Probably most noteworthy is number 23, that they have to now provide us the contact information for their pool maintenance company, and that they are required to provide us notice with a plan showing where any drainage from that pool is going to go.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions or comments from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve as drafted? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second? Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Popham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Medui 15 Capital LLC at 15 Medui Creek Road.
Yes, so this was David Haynes's project for the upgrade of the septic system and then modification of the driveways. Again, I couldn't really think of any conditions for this project either. There are no waivers required.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve as drafted?
Motion to approve.
Right, motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to New England Development, 21 Old South Wharf, Bar Yoshi.
Sushi.
We would all go for some Bar Yoshi right about now. So real quickly is I did include a couple findings here that the coastal bank was man-made. It only serves as a vertical barrier to storm and floodwaters, and that land under the ocean, land containing shellfish, abuts the locust. Didn't have any conditions. And then I guess I hedge on the bet of being overly cautious to grant a waiver for that work since it's kind of directly adjacent to that coastal bank. I just think it's a more advisable position than saying that work even minor in that kind of proximity isn't needed. But I certainly think that it would qualify.
Jeff, do we need some sort of condition on this one to like move materials if there's like a flooding event coming?
You could certainly put a condition 19 that should flooding conditions. Should flooding conditions be forecasted, construction materials shall be moved to an area outside of the flood zone.
Taking all the fun out of scavenging.
That's very good, Ashley. That's a good thought.
It is.
Surprised I'm having it this late in the day.
Where'd that come from this late at night?
Well, what about like construction debris falling into the harbor as well? Should we be worried about that, or removal of loose construction debris at the end of the day?
Okay, why don't we put 20, all construction debris must be secured or removed from the site daily. Because that way, if they just have a big pile of it in the locked up building, they're covered.
Yeah.
Or they can haul it to wherever they need to put it.
Perfect. Any
Move
other?
to approve is modified.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 69.5 Cliff Road, and that's Halil and Karen Padir.
And I'm recused.
And Joe Topham is recused. Thank you, Joe.
So this was for just the renovation of the existing structure and the new driveway at 69.5 Cliff Road. Again, I don't have any conditions. This is the one where they no pools or anything, so it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Jeff.
Move to approve is drafted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark. And then by roll vote, Beal,
Sorry, Dave. Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Not so quick, aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, so that carries with Commissioner Topham recused. I think after Mark might have been trying to point to you, but I took it as making the motion. The pointing doesn't always work.
Look at the lighting family tonight, like look down and around.
Yeah. So that is it for what we have drafted. Jeff, do you think we need to discuss anything else as far as orders go?
No, we didn't close anything else, and I think you guys had questions that new material is going to come on though that may
All right.
alter decisions one way or the other.
Okay. So that moves us on to extension of orders. We have 36 Lily Street LLC at 36 and 36B Lily Street, represented by Brian Madden.
Hello. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental, representing the applicant. We are seeking an extension of the order of conditions that was previously issued for the relocation, renovation of existing structures, construction of new structures, reconfiguration of driveway, wetland and buffer zone restoration, and landscaping. Work had commenced on the property about a year ago, and starting with some demo work and the beginning of installation of the foundation for the cottage on 36B. And again, this is a mono slab foundation with helical piles. And basically, as that work was initiated right before COVID and the construction moratorium, things stopped. And then we got into the summer months for downtown, no work. And the order is set to expire coming up. And the applicant is looking to resume work. And what's happened since the close down, I'm sure you've seen it in the abutter letters, that open foundation has filled up with water. They turned the pumps off. And so there is standing water in the open foundation. And what we're proposing to do, as opposed to just discharging it on site, we're going to draw down the existing standing water to a pump truck and take it all off site. And then turn the pumps back on once the water is gone, and then resume with installation of the mono slab helical foundation. That's anticipated to take 2 to 3 weeks, hopefully in less time. And the work will commence beyond that point. And we submitted a kind of a construction timeline and have been in coordination with staff work is set to resume next week. And we are also going to be installing the rain garden that functions as the compensatory flood storage for the areas that we were permitted to fill within the locally land subject to flooding. And so I guess I'll turn over to questions at this point, if there are any.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Ian?
Yeah, so if a few years ago I would have had to have recused myself because I lived across the street at one of the condos at the Captain Gardner house. And so I know most of the people who've written those letters. We now live up at the other end of Lily Street. And so I see no reason to recuse myself, but I consider it a total disaster zone. And I think, you know, I hear what you have to say, Brian, but I'm very sympathetic to the abutters and all their letters. They're, you know, they're solid citizens like most of us. And so I think, you know, you need to prove why we should have an extension rather than pull the plug on it.
Well, if you remember back to the original application, we had filed with conservation and vetted out all these issues. There's nothing that I've seen that's been submitted on the record that's new or unknown. There's always been a drainage issue down there in this location. We have proposed mitigation measures in place, and we're approved to do that work. You know, through outside conditions, you know, the project was halted. And even coming out of the permitting, we had to go back to HDC. That was a very lengthy review process, a number of other town reviews. So it's not like a situation where, you know, the client was sitting on their hands and waiting for things to move forward. I would say, you know, the information that the abutters have submitted, you know, I think a lot of it revolves around the amount of standing water in that open foundation. You know, once that water is removed, we're not directing it on site to exacerbate drainage issues out there. And, you know, I think we have a good means and methods moving forward here, and we're going to be in direct consultation with staff every step of the way.
But Brian, Madam Chair, if I may, with respect, Brian, it clearly the piling has, something has interfered with the drainage characteristics because, you know, I've walked up and down there for a decade or more, and I've never seen anything like it since this project was started. I mean, you practically have to have hip waders sometimes. And I understand that's an exaggeration, but you certainly need Wellington boots, and it wasn't that way before. And that's just one of the aspects of this project. And why should the neighbors continue to go through this?
Ian, with all due respect, I don't think the drainage issues in this location can be necessarily attributed to the project when the amount of work activity out there really hasn't been all that great. You know, there's larger drainage issues surrounding Lily Pond. I know the land bank is continuing to evaluate and investigate that. But I mean, you have to look at the surrounding contributing watershed area, not simply the stop point of where all the water ends up going and into a questionable town drainage system.
So I take your point, Brian, but the fact is, in the past, you know, the large drain that the town has put with the amongst the bulrushes has functioned well, and the pilings that have gone down below the water table were supposed to be temporary, and so I think they've from my point of view, they have contributed to the problems that it faces in terms of drainage. And how long are those going to be there? I mean, they were supposed to be temporary 3 years ago.
Ryan, do you have a response?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to for the pilings.
The steel retaining wall, the temporary steel retaining wall, as you go down to the bottom of the driveway,
Yeah.
which is impervious material as it happens, which it didn't used to be, and that was supposed to be temporary too. On the right there.
Yeah, so the foundation for that cottage is a monoslab helical foundation. So the base of it is crushed stone. You drive the helical piles and set the monoslab foundation. Once that's happened, you remove the outer steel sheeting. That gets removed, and that's all proposed to be done within 2 to 3 weeks.
Mark, it looks like has a comment or question.
I have a question for Brian. Brian, what is the surface of that new parking area? What's it made of?
It's going to be pervious. I believe gravel was what was, or pea stone was what was proposed.
It's going to be, but right now it's asphalt, it seems like. I walk that almost every day as part of my loop, going through the land bank property and up and down Lily and around Center Street. And that place it's a wreck. It's underwater half the time. The walkway through the land bank property is always wet, but you expect that. But that property is always wet, very troubling. And plus, it's a mess in there. And it's been a mess for 2 years anyway, if not more, with that barn being half ripped apart and that foundation looking like the devil. And I feel sorry for the neighbors too. I don't know them. I know one, but not that well. I think it's not a very pretty sight to be ongoing for 3 years and now doing nothing there. I mean, you promised 2 weeks, Brian. All due respect, I wonder about that, if it's going to be done in 2 weeks.
So again, the work started last November with the demo work, some initial prep of the driveway, adding that temporary hardener for construction purposes only. That's not a final product. It's anticipated that the foundation will be finalized within 2 to 3 weeks. Some other beyond COVID, which shut down everything. The town asked to do soil borings out there to figure out what was going on with the drainage system. There was conversations about relocating that garage as it relates to improving drainage situations down there. That's unresolved, still ongoing with DPW. Land Bank has expressed interest on acquiring the parcel during this time frame as well. And so there's been a lot of other moving parts out there. The clients are anxious to clean it up and move forward with everything. And I think, once the open foundation is completed, a lot of these perceived drainage issues will go away.
So Brian, I have a question because I remember being concerned with this project when it first came before us, and especially concerned with the sizing of the rain garden. And I'm a little bit worried, given the current site conditions and all of the photos, that actually does need to be reevaluated. And I don't really feel comfortable allowing for an extension when it sounds like the drainage issues, the town might be involved and land bank might be involved, and we clearly don't have a handle on the drainage, and the rain garden is like a second thought to the building constructions. So I feel like that drainage needs to be fixed before we're moving on with any kind of building work besides pumping the water out.
So the rain garden, as it functions for compensatory flood storage, is a volumetric calculation. So we were permitted amount of fill within the locally land subject to flooding. That was based on all the information that we had received at the time for the extent of flooding out there. And again, this is a product of the existing catch basin that goes out to the town drainage structure, drainage system, no longer functioning the way it had originally. And that entire system has filled in with organic material. There's less flood storage capacity. That issue is known. And Land Bank is working on solutions to that problem. It's going to take many years and be done via piecemeal in all likelihood. The rain garden will provide additional flood storage in this specific locus. And for the flooding that extend across the historic driveway and what we're proposing as an existing driveway. You know, in terms of like reevaluating it, I don't think the flooding situation has changed since the original approval. It was sized based on what we were filling, which is, you know, what the regulations require.
Seth, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 small points. The first is, I don't mean this to be hostile or combative. I know there's extenuating circumstances with COVID. I do think allowing an open foundation to not be secured and fill with water is somewhat careless on the part of the applicant. I think a lot of the neighborhood concerns may have been assuaged if something was done about that. I know there was a global pandemic and a construction shutdown, so I don't know the circumstances, but I think in hindsight that might have been good to deal with. The second is, I know that obviously this property isn't alone in having, you know, problems with drainage. The whole Lily Pond system needs to be redone. The stormwater system is probably not functioning up to par as it needs to be. So that whole area is going to have to get looked at, as you said. I think that, you know, I don't necessarily see a problem with this project continuing because it's in the very near future, there's going to be hopefully a more holistic approach in that neighborhood anyway. And then the third is, I agree with Ashley on the point of the rain garden. I think, you know, going forward, we need to permit better technologies than rain gardens for areas that have these huge flooding problems. We need to think about bioswales or bioretention to not only collect that water, but disperse it appropriately. So I know that's not part of the permit that was recorded, but I think that going forward, we really need to think not only about the volumetric calculation, but the technologies we're using, because there are better ways to capture and disperse flood waters than a rain garden.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that the rain garden is intended to function similar to bioretention area. It's just basically, you know, we're excavating an area out that's going to provide compensatory flood storage and then revegetating it with native species. I mean, that whole entire lawn area, I know not everyone was on the commission at the time, is being replanted with native trees, shrubs, and ground cover. You know, and unfortunately, you know, work started and had to stop, and you know, the client is an applicant who just wants to bring it back into compliance.
Thank you, Brian. It looks like Ian has a comment, and then Joe.
I defer to Joe.
Okay, so Joe has a comment.
I mean, I get the COVID, but it seems like for a couple of years, you guys had an application, you should have been doing something. And I just feel like it's total neglect on the property, which I think is even worse. You know, it was a tough application to get approved, But then I really think that your applicant just dragged their feet intentionally. And now I don't think they're taking what our concerns were seriously. So now we have these problems. And I think if there was a problem, I would have been talking, and I can see Rob McNeil on Zoom right now. I would have been calling him like, what do I do? What do I do? How do I get this fixed? What do I do? Can we pay for it? Can we have our contractors fix it? Like anything I would have, but I just feel like it was, yeah, we'll get to it. And we're just, but meanwhile, you have a house that's half torn apart. You've got a job site that's like incomplete, and you're blaming COVID, which was 2 months, then eventually people were able to go. And I think this would have been a case of going to the building inspector and like, we have a problem, and this is an emergency. We've got to get people there to really secure this site, and we've got water problems, we've got other issues, and I don't feel like this is the case. Now at the 11th hour, and you're coming to us and saying, hey, like, can we get an extension? And I just am really having a hard time with this one, saying that's the case. Or if there is this problem always, then maybe we need to like deny the application and say, let's start fresh. What is the new boundaries? Because if you took a calculation at Y, but it's actually X, then you need a whole new math, you need a whole new program, you need a whole new system to take care of that system. And this is where, I think Seth's right. I think that you can do something a little more robust, and, the planting bed isn't really going to work in this situation. So I think you need to go back, as you have done before, is sharpen your pencil and really figure out what is the best way for this lot. Because if the town drains, and I'm not pushing on the town, but if these drains aren't going to work, or, we're having water levels rise, this site's going to only get worse. And this, by not doing anything, I think that has been shown that this has become a problem. And I think that my thought is right now is, well, maybe we should reevaluate. Maybe the numbers that were put forward were inaccurate, but understanding at the time, that's what we thought it was. But now we're saying, well, it's not. We have to raise it to this level or use this equation. I just feel like there's been a lot of, I'm just going back to neglect. And I think that neglect is now coming back to bite them in the butt. And I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but my perspective, I'd like to see this whole site reevaluated and a whole new application come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Maureen?
Thank you, Joe, for saying what I was going to say, but with much more information and background. I wasn't on the commission when this first went through, and I was really struck by one of the comments that several of the abutters, I think, said, this is the last. This is absolutely a last minute thing, and they've come up against a deadline, and so what they want to do is get an extension. I just don't think I don't see evidence from what we've seen here and what I've heard from my fellow commissioners that this applicant has been respectful of the process and respectful of the neighbors. And several suggest that this needs to go back to the drawing board. And I really haven't heard anything that would indicate there is another solution. Extending this, they have not shown themselves to be responsible about the conditions they've left. And I think it makes sense to deny this and tell them to reapply. And also they may want to try and talk to their neighbors a bit and be more of a neighbor here, as opposed to someone who apparently is not as involved with this project as they should be. So.
Thank you, Maureen. So Ian, and then Joe, and then Mark.
So, Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to thank Rob McNeil for staying with us up to 9:30 and wonder whether he has anything he'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I think he might be here for the enforcement, but do you have anything to add?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Frankly, I was waiting for the commission to take a breath so I could hop in and just paint a little picture. I've been, I think, on in Brian's shoes before for clients, and it's not necessarily the easiest place to operate from. I had no intention of speaking tonight on this topic at all, and I'm certainly not here to convince the commission want to do one thing or another. I simply would just offer the information of the town's involvement to date and our intended future here. Lily Pond is quite complex, but I would simplify it in one way. The exit pipe that starts out in the land bank property and exits out, discharges to the storm drain system out at Center Street, runs over 5 different properties without any easements at all. This pipe exists. It's old clay tile pipe that was installed in the early 1900s. It, in our estimation, is subject to a very slow but deliberate failure. What we believe has been happening for decades is that some trees over the pipe have matured and the root systems continue to occupy pipe space, which has dramatically decreased the capacity of that pipe to be able to transmit all of the water that comes into Lily Pond from all of the various public streets and private properties, which we can document as a simple example. The discharge pipe that comes in from Woodbury Lane in through the land bank property on the west side of Lily Pond was installed in the 80s and is now 2.5 feet below, below the water line. The discharge pipe was installed in high and dry and discharged open channel flow, or just, to open air into the Lily Pond back in the 80s, is now underwater by 2 to 2.5 feet. And it discharges under pressure, which means the system has to back up to be able to even flow. There's countless examples of other issues around. The gentleman who commented earlier about prioritization of stormwater systems, who lives along Gull Island, offered some information where his property, they had to install sump pump in the basement there on Gull Island, where they've never had issues. They've had progressively worsening groundwater issues there. We are working with the proponent here as one of the 5 to get these needed easements to be able to replace the pipe and to restore Lily Pond in concert with the land bank. I think, from where I sit, this is an important parcel that has a extremely important pipe under it that we continue to work through with our local surveyor to get a plan in place to work with the 5 abutters that have the pipe under it currently, with this easement, so that the town can move forward with a construction project to replace it. There's countless benefits to this particular piece. It also would allow us to run a pipe up the driveway to Lily Pond, to Lily Street. And again, I know that they've been working to negotiate a deal with Land Bank that apparently hasn't gone anywhere. But, again, I can only tell you what we've been working on with their help.
Western Flyer Foundation. This is episode.
So,
Thank you, Rob. Yes, Ian?
so, Madam Chair, so at the bottom of the property at 22 Lily, where there's that sort of, I don't know, 4-foot square manhole, is that the principal drainage system that for the pipe that doesn't have the easement? Do you know the one I'm referring to at the base
There's a
of
number.
Mighty's? I think it's 22 Lily.
There's a number of inlets, catch basins that feed this from the surface.
Okay.
There is one access manhole that we located at the end, at the bottom of the driveway coming off Lily Street. And I believe there's another inflection point closer towards Center Street that's also been located. I will say, we've been working again with our local surveyor, and with everything that's going on in the real estate market today, things have been extremely slow in getting plans and moving these kind of things forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Chair. I must admit it's late enough that I've now forgotten the cue that I had, but I think Joe and Mark had their hands up.
Yeah. Rob answered my question, so I'm all set. So, Mark.
Mark, do you still have a question or comment?
Are you ready for a motion, Madam Chair?
I don't think we're there yet. Jeff, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I do. If you guys are interested in, the land bank sent something in during the meeting. They weren't able to connect on YouTube. If you guys are interested in hearing that. And then also, I was just going to run through some of the requirements on extension requests and what's required for you guys to determine. So whatever order you guys want those in, if you want those at all.
Yeah, I guess let's hear from the land bank first, and then I think it would be really beneficial to hear what we're required to do with the extensions.
Sure. So the land bank simply sent in the existing order of conditions issued by the Conservation Commission has granted the owners of 36 Lily permission to do work that is damaging land bank land by increasing flooding on our property. The result is that public land and access into the Lily Pond has become impassable. The work under their permit created hydraulic trespass. The applicants have not demonstrated the ability to do their project while retaining the groundwater on their own property. The existing permit allowing further dewatering is flawed and should not be extended. The applicant should be required to come back with a revised plan that demonstrates how they would complete their project while retaining the water on their property. If the existing permit is extended, the land bank will have to consider whether to appeal that decision due to the impending damage it will cause to our property. We have asked the owners of the property to work with us to repair the damage they have caused to our property, and they have repeatedly refused to cooperate. We have asked the owners to consent to a Concom application to install a temporary elevated boardwalk over the area of the damaged path on their property that the land bank has easement rights to. They have repeatedly refused to cooperate. So that's the comments from the land bank.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ian.
I move to deny the extension.
I agree with that motion. I still think that Jeff needs to just give us a little background on that. Even though it's late, I think that would be wise.
So under the regulations from the bylaw locally is, I'll just read it out. It's not long. It says the commission shall not deny a request for an extension unless it finds by a preponderance of the evidence any one of the following. So A, no work has begun on the project unless the failure to begin work is due to an unavoidable delay in obtaining other necessary state or municipal approvals, permits, or variances, such as in the event of other approvals, permits, or variances are appealed. B, new information not available at the time the permit was issued indicates that the permit is not adequate to protect the interest identified in the bylaw. C, incomplete work is causing damage to the interests identified in the bylaw. D, work has been done in violation of the bylaw, these regulations, or conditions in the permit. Or the extension is not timely. An extension request shall be timely if received by the commission a minimum of 30 days prior to the expiration of the permit.
Thank you for
So-
reading those, Jeff.
No problem.
Were you going to say something else and I just interrupted?
Yeah, no, I was, sorry. So I'll just clarify, the extension was filed on a time basis, so I just want to exclude that. So if someone is interested in pursuing one of those, there would need to be some sort of reasoning stated why it qualified under one of those for the commission to make that finding.
So from my perspective, it qualifies under 2, under B and C is the way I could saw that.
Me too.
Ian, what were you going to say?
I agree with you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I agree with B and 2.
I do too.
All right. So Brian, I want to let you have a word since it's your application.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. Considering it's rather late and the owner applicant is not here to answer directly any of these questions, I would respectfully ask for a 2-week continuance, just so they themselves can present and you can ask these questions directly based on what has been raised and brought forward this evening.
Okay. Seth?
For Jeff, if I may, since this order of conditions is set to expire on November 29th, are we allowed to issue that continuance to a hearing that would be after the expiration date?
So typically what's happened previously is if it's filed on a timely basis and for the purposes of getting information, if we run past the DEP accepts the extension beyond there, as long as the commission is actively hearing it. So it's still considered timely. Again, I think the idea is to get it right, but there's also restrictions. You can't file extension requests too early. So you can't file a year in advance or 6 months in advance. There's kind of a finicky time frame. So I would think that it would be in keeping with it already have been filed. I think you would just kind of caveat that obviously you guys would prefer work not to continue until it's resolved.
Yes. Mark?
I'm afraid due respect to Brian, I would argue against his recommendation of a 2-week postponement. Owner had the chance to be here. He knew we were meeting tonight. He sent a representative. We've heard his case. And it sounds like a majority, if not all the board, is opposed to an extension. So I think we can proceed.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with you there, Mark. Joe?
I'm just curious if town council would think that we should give the extension just to vet this out as far as possible. Jeff, do you have any weight in that or thought on that?
So let me just make sure I'm understanding that correctly. You're asking if town council would, if you would think they would recommend
The 2-week extension.
the 2-week extension. I think, kind of thinking out loud about it and not to take too long. I think in that time, I think if we're going to deny the extension, having something in writing that outlines the grounds for the denial to be issued out as a result of this would probably make some sense. Something that had clear findings that are on there. Outside of just, kind of verbally voting. And, we could certainly draft that up for review, but that's up to you guys.
Okay.
I always think it's better to give things to people who have applied to outline things clearly.
Thank you for that perspective, Jeff. Maureen?
Yeah, through the chair, Jeff, from what you were saying earlier, it sounded like if we continued this to December 3rd, that is not the same as us granting an extension because we don't have I would personally rather have more chapter and verse about the new information that has come in and also that the work, the incomplete work which has been done is causing damage. I think we have, I mean, there's stuff from the land council and there's stuff from the abutters. And I'm just not, if you think that's enough backup for us to deny it, then, you know, then I'm fine with that. Otherwise, if we let it go to the 3rd, and it's just to give, frankly, to give us enough time to make it really clear and put in the data about why this should be denied and they should be required to file a new NOI. So I could live with December 3rd as long as we're not giving something away. So.
And as much as I can make a commitment, no work will transpire within that 2 weeks.
I think December 3rd is an invitation for a lawsuit.
What, sorry, Mark, can you repeat that?
I think December 3rd is an invitation to a lawsuit from the applicant to say, you already granted me extension. I've got 3 years. I think that's a risk I don't want to take.
Well,
if we
I don't understand that.
Yeah, so guys, if we don't vote on and approve an extension, it's not granted. We're just like continuing hearing this until the 3rd. So it's not.
Yeah, so we can get more information, that's all.
And the applicant requested it, and it sounds like staff thinks that might be wise to get all our paperwork in order at the same time. So we'd be doing what the applicant asked for and hopefully getting all of our ducks in a row. And we'd be stopping this conversation tonight at 9:51 and moving on in the agenda.
Worth it right there.
So what do we think?
Expire.
Well, I'll tell you what I think.
Yep, Ian.
So thank you. I take Mark's point. And, you know, so it's 9:51. We can probably muscle through for another half hour or so, but more to the point, Jeff, in the ensuing 2 weeks, if we continued it, would you provide all the reasons why we are denying it? Because clearly, I think the sentiment is to deny it. And I happen to agree with Mark that the applicant had plenty of time to be here in person, and he chose to have Brian here in his place. So I see no real reason why we can't deny it on the spot, considering that B and C clearly apply. But, you know, if we want to err on the side of caution, so be it.
Well, someone can also make a motion to deny and we can go through that.
And
you know,
maybe before any motion's made, again, we would just appreciate the opportunity to at least I can review the questions and concerns that have been raised tonight. You know, everything's reacting on the fly. We haven't seen the land bank letter and haven't any opportunity to respond to that or engage them based on what was included within that letter. So I just respectfully request 2 weeks to get all the ducks in a row, and you can make the decisions at that point moving forward.
thank you, Brian. It looks like Joe and then Seth have some comments.
So I was about to say exactly what Brian just said. I mean, there is a new letter that's been submitted that his client hasn't seen. And I just feel like town council, if we did shut it down, and I mean, and we, B and C are definitely strong enough for that denial. But I feel like the applicant, Brian, has made a request for his client to be present to make his pitch. I think that if we didn't hear him, I think that could come back to bite us, not like in a big way, but I just think we should grant a 2-week extension. The DEP says it's fine. Staff says it's fine. Respond to that letter from the land bank, look at the problems that they have, and they should adjust their thoughts on the site as well, and then come forward. But I would like staff to have the denial ready to go, and so we just can sign it once the 3rd of next month. I respect Mark's decision and what he's saying, but I just feel like there's one other piece of the puzzle. If it wasn't stated that he wanted his applicant and he doesn't know anything about the land bank letter, then that's where I think we should just grant that extension for the 2 weeks only. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Seth had his hand up and then Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm strongly in favor of allowing the 2-week continuance. I think it makes sense for a variety of reasons. You know, I'm not necessarily sympathetic to the point by the project representative that the applicant himself couldn't be here, but we've let people have chances to speak for themselves and make their point many times. So I'm willing to hear what he has to say. I'm not sure that it will change the opinion of the board, but I think we should allow it. I think the 2 weeks also gives Jeff time to put better writing into place that justify those B and C conditions and to consult town council if we need to. And I think that I appreciate the applicant's representative saying that they are committing not to doing work in the next 2 weeks. And if they do work after November 29th, that's in violation of the order conditions they have. So, you know, they know that once November 29th hits, if the order isn't extended, they can't do work past that. So I think they'll stick to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Mark?
I'm not opposed to a 2-week extension if it were more timely. I'm worried about a constructive approval because it expires on the 29th and we don't meet until this December. That's why I'm worried about the applicant saying you've given me an extension by not acting on my request. That's the way the law reads in many, many cases. I assume this case too.
So Jeff, do you have a perspective on that?
One second, I'm just trying to read through some of the guidance from DEP really quickly. So,
yeah, at least my understanding is with any extension request, you know, a delayed action is not a presumptive approval by any means. It's once we get past the 29th, it's expired unless the commission issues an extension.
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to agree with that opinion, and I know historically in the past when we've run into this issue before, that if the extension request is filed prior to expiration and the commission is continuing at the applicant's request as well, I don't feel that you're granting an active, you're not granting a presumptive approval because you've been given the opportunity to act, and that deadline has been extended by kind of mutual consent.
Mark?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, Jeff, but if he had not applied for an extension, I would say it expires on the 29th and we're done. But he has applied for an extension and we decided not to act on it. That to me gives him a constructive approval. But
well, I guess I would disagree is by saying you haven't decided not to act. You've decided to act, but you're gathering information to do it. And the applicant has granted you that continuance to gain that.
I'm fine if that's legal.
So maybe we probably have to continue this to a date certain, I'm assuming, Jeff?
Yes.
All right. It's not that I want to even come close to suggesting needing a special meeting next week, but if we needed, yeah, you know, like, do we need to check with town council first thing tomorrow and potentially schedule a special meeting for next week based on this conversation?
Maureen has a comment.
I was just going to say that it's been my experience that this thing expires on November 29 unless we decide to give them an extension. and we're not going to give them an extension. And and I think if so, the risk, if you will, to me is not on us, it's on the applicant. The applicant is petitioning for us to let them have this additional time. And if we agree to continue our deliberations till December 3rd, that is not the same at all as granting an extension. Because when we get back together on December 3rd, there is now an expired expired order. Expired
Extension request.
expired extension request, it's really up to the applicant at that point to make a case that somehow we should be willing to grant it in these circumstances. And I don't see this as being us deciding to grant it at all. I mean, I don't think that, I'm not the lawyer for this group, but I would think that town council would think what, seems like what Jeff is saying. And I think that's how this would be looked at. And maybe we just give them, we could certainly call George tomorrow or, and find out what he thinks, but I think this is pretty clear, and we can make it clear in whatever we say tonight that we have, we've decided to continue the discussion of extending the discussion of, I guess, just the extension of, I keep getting it backwards, but you know what I mean, the extension. But this is not, and making it clear that it is not.
So
we are,
Maureen,
we are not
may I
granting
interrupt?
the extension. I'm sorry. But,
Let
yeah.
me interrupt. So,
All right, at this point, I'm going to take over as chair, I think, and say we're going to continue this for 2 weeks. I think enough commissioners have kind of ruled that way, and we've had no motion otherwise, and it is after 10 o'clock at night.
Please, Madam Chair, can we make it contingent on town council advice?
Okay, so in that case, we probably have to continue to an earlier date, I would think.
No, we continue to December 3rd, contingent on town council's advice that it doesn't compromise our ability to grant or deny an extension.
Sure, and Jeff
Thank
will contact town council tomorrow. Or Joe, hopefully. Does that sound good, everybody? Perfect. Thank you. So this will continue until December 3rd, contingent on town council's opinion. And we are moving on to Hurt
you.
et al. Thank you, Brian.
Everyone sleep in tomorrow.
Okay, Brian. Happy Thanksgiving, Brian.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Take care.
Take care.
All right, so Hurt et
You
al.
also, Brian. Bye.
10 Brant Point Road, represented by, I believe, Jeff, because Don Bracken is long gone. This is SE 483036 and SE 483056.
Second, let me get my page back up here. So these were two projects on the same site for the construction of additions on the structuring with some hardscaping and some landscaping. And the other one was for the construction of a garage. That work is in progress and those sites are in compliance. And we are recommending that those extensions can be granted.
Jeff, are they asking for one?
They're asking for the 3 1-year extensions. So for 3 years.
Okay. Seth?
I'll move to issue the 3 1-year extensions.
Perfect.
Second. I know Dave beat me to it.
Yeah, Dave got the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Awesome. So that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to other business, approval of minutes from November 12th. They were emailed out to us. Jeff?
Sorry, I just had a correction to the minutes
Okay.
that was picked up. So on page 7, there's a mention of piles, and that piles should be replaced with they're not piles, they're concrete blocks.
Concrete blocks. Terry, are you there to make that adjustment?
Yes, you can approve the minutes as amended, and I will make that adjustment to those, to the
Thank
minute, to the approved minutes.
Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one other correction to the 11-12 minutes that I'd like made. On page, what page is it now? Page 2. There's a comment at the bottom by Erisman and then by Engelborg. Mine is we discussed adding a list of locally invasive plants, etc. And then there's a second sentence that says she'd like to see no native plants within the 0 to 100 foot buffer. Ashley said that, not me.
Was that no non-native plants?
No non-native plants within the 0 to 100 foot buffer. That comment was made by you, I believe.
Yes, it definitely was. So I think Terry hopefully got that one as well. Any other amendments to the minutes, or is there a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Is there a second? I didn't see who got the second, but I heard it. Ian got the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you for the minutes, Terry. And that moves us on to reports. Crack,
I missed the last meeting.
CPC. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, no, sorry. We just finalized the appropriation of funds and the bonds we paid down. Nothing really important, nothing different than I reported last meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. So, NP and EDC.
The meeting was canceled.
Perfect. So that moves us on to enforcement update. Jeff.
Yeah, just real briefly, I know Rob has hung tight all of this time and wanted to give an update on Sacagawea Pond. I know Sam from Mass Audubon has also amazingly sat silent for the last 5 hours. So he wins the award. But just kind of a real brief update, and I'll let those two take over. So in the interim since the last meeting, I know Rob, Sam, and I have had at least one conversation about how we envision this proceeding. Mass Audubon has also sent in a kind of a formal letter from their director of the coastal and west region, kind of outlining their concerns as well, that got distributed kind of late, but was available for everyone to take a look at in the packet. And as late as today, Natural Heritage has also sent out their kind of notice of noncompliance as well. So I think the situation is pretty well documented. And I know Rob has developed kind of some steps and some choices to kind of move forward, and has done that in kind of conversation with Sam and I. So I guess I'll turn it over to Rob to kind of run through the update that he wanted to give.
Great. Rob, take it away.
Thank you. So following our last meeting, the 29th, Jeff and Sam and I got together and discussed some options here. I will say I'll probably lead with the end thing here. Until any new plans develop, it's our understanding that the town is already permitted to be able to open the pond as many times as necessary to maintain acceptable water levels to prevent and avoid any damage caused by wave action that we've seen in previous coastal storms or otherwise. But, you know, just leading with that, saying that we do have, it appears we have the ability to sort of keep at bay what's been happening and what's been the root of this whole situation, which is nice. What we talked about was in the interim here to ultimately work together to look at a short-term and long-term plan here. The department has explored this living shoreline, and that's Natural Resources Department. It's been working with Audubon right along, talking about the Living Shoreline Project. That, in concert with the part of that project, was installing bay balls out in the pond itself as sort of a energy dissipator, and that would be looked at as well. I think right now we're looking at some means of living shoreline project, whether that means removal, relocation, or extension of the existing wall. We don't know at this point. We certainly want to assure the commission that no action, no construction will commence without obtaining permits as needed. And in the interim, we'll be working together to determine things like, you know, what the appropriate water level at Sacagawea Pond is. And maybe that's part of this whole discussion about what gets maintained in the future. Triggers, you know, that would allow us to take action to do that, to adjust this. And ultimately, longer term plans are going to be looking at raising the roadway, upsizing the cross culverts, all in concert with the abutters and with the commission, in keeping with the town's hazardous mitigation plan. And that's about where we're at right now.
Thank you, Rob, for that update. Sam, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Rob, for your comments, and thanks everybody for staying on. I know it's been a long ride here. But yeah, I know that it came in late, but we had that letter from my supervisor, Stephen Hutchinson, the regional director for Mass Audubon's Coastal, and just laying out our expectations for how to move forward. And I'm confident from speaking with Rob, his recent statement, and also with Jeff, that we're off on the right foot to find a reasonable resolution here, and think about the longer term and take some action and planning steps to really address threats of erosion, sea level rise to Pulpus Road. So I think that's all I have for you all tonight. Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners? Thank you, Sam, for updating us. Jeff?
So I think to move forward, I think if it's all right, we'll just provide this as kind of a bi-weekly update from where we are. And unless it's something really significant or one of the other parties, I think if Sam and Rob are comfortable, as long as we kind of coordinate in the interim, they may not need to sit through 5-hour meetings if we've all touched base and sent materials in advance, that I may be able to provide that update for where we are in that planning process. And when we hit kind of significant milestones along the way, everyone can be here. I just don't want to have them schedule times for updates of things like draft plans are getting ready or where we are. And we'll just coordinate between Rob, Sam, and I, and be available if needed, but we'll give regular updates kind of going forward.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. Does that work for you, Rob, and Sam?
That's actually the best thing I've heard all night.
You don't want to do this again?
You stole my thunder, Rob.
I don't mind to. I'm happy to be here. I'm actually a little surprised at how awake I feel right now, but I love this stuff, and I'm always happy to report in on what we're up to and keep everybody informed. And I look forward to finishing this effort with Sam and with Jeff and the rest of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I guess, Jeff, will continue this for 2 weeks and you'll update us?
Yeah, we've just decided to keep this enforcement update active on our agenda. So we'll just cover it under there.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Rob and Sam, for sticking with us for so long.
Absolutely. Happy Thanksgiving.
My pleasure.
All right.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. All right, so that'll move us on to commissioners' comments. Maureen's got the turkey. Ian?
I'll keep it brief, but it's just dawned on me that there are a number of aspects that we didn't really discuss about our regulations. And so perhaps I should send an email to Jeff, but we didn't discuss about increasing the 50% disturbance rule for vegetated wetlands and inland water bodies, which we came up against in 80 Millbrook Road. And we didn't discuss about bulkheads, whether or not they should be considered, how to deal with them when they protect 78 houses, and whether we should start considering patios a structure within the 50-foot demarcation. So
we talked about the patio thing, Ian.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
I think
I would
Ian
say-
was retrieving his
Ian, if you-
wife at that point.
But
Ian, if you
Yeah, that's true. You might have
if
been
you
getting
send
your wife.
the list to me via email, I'll get it distributed to everybody, and
Okay.
I'll also respond for the topics we've already covered.
Okay, thank you.
Because it may have happened during the portion of the meeting you skipped.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good night.
It looks like Seth had his hand up briefly. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Just slightly related to that. I mean, I would like to have at some point a more lengthy discussion about the bulkhead issue and ways to move forward. And then I think one of the things that would be interesting is, so we've applied this no greater than 50% disturbance in the 25 to 50 foot buffer before, but maybe thinking about a percentage for a total alteration within the 100-foot buffer could be a good way to deal with some of our issues related to like overall site crowding. So if Jeff, you could add that to the list, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Seth. That's a great idea. Any other commissioners' comments? Looks like no. Administrator staff reports.
Everyone have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and I'll be in touch with George and I talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for sticking out for the longest meeting ever.
The
Will
longest.
you get to us
Thank you,
with an
too.
email, Jeff?
So guys,
Yes, we'll email, and if we don't get responses, we will, between Joanne and I, we will call and or text to make sure that everyone is informed about what's going on.
yeah,
I'd
and
just like to add thanks to Terry, Joe, and Jeff for making our work possible.
yes, definitely. And
There you
then
go.
is there a motion to adjourn, because we don't want it to go any longer than
So moved.
Sarah.
The turkey's motioning.
The turkey's motioning. It's got the second. So Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding.
Quack, 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 quack. Aye.
There we go. Leclerc.
Aye.
Philip,
Hi.
Topham,
You guys lost it.
Turkey, not turkey. Have a good night, everyone. Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Happy
Good night,
Thanksgiving.
everyone, and
Great holiday,
happy
everyone.
Thanksgiving.
everybody.
Thank
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving.
Ian's a turkey or a ham? I'm not sure which.
More of a ham bone, Mark. Yes, I agree.